What? The whole world's probably the same anyway. Hi, Mufti.
Hello, Dr. David Brown.
Hello.
Hello, this is Eduardo Lugo from TEHI 2022 in Mexico.
Okay, hola.
Hola, ¿habla español?
Un poco.
If you like, we'll do in Spanish then.
Okay, yeah, sure. Do you want me to do in Spanish?
Yeah, hello.
No, because Mufti it's online, so we have to do it.
Yeah, well, I do not understand
I can do
Spanish,
Italian as well.
so
I can do
it better be in English.
Okay. So we are almost ready here. We are waiting for a little more of people. The audience is not yet here.
Sure, don't worry.
So maybe another 5 minutes.
Of course. Claro.
Claro. Okay, that's perfect. Okay, I'll pass you Yair Romero. He's the mastermind behind this the Zoom and all the
Okay.
technological gadgets we are having here. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, good morning, Dr. Brown. I will tell you when we can start, and that's all for the moment. If we can wait 5 minutes, please.
Of course.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Mufti, I was looking at the numbers for the other few training sessions. I just needed Dr. Manakadans, and he said he's going to provide it by this afternoon.
Yeah, I have seen that email. Yeah, thank you.
I finished all my sections. I put them in the form. Andy's looking at it now. I will have
You are live on YouTube, David.
Oh. Okay, I'll have a look at the form tomorrow. Okay, it was nothing too sensitive anyway.
Yeah. You might need to check that if you can share the screen.
I can't do anything until they stop sharing, Mufti. That's the point.
Oh, I see. Yeah, that's correct. That's
I
correct.
can't
Yeah,
start sharing until they
Yeah.
stop sharing. So
yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
okay. It's hard to repress the urge to talk, isn't it? It's just me and you, Mufti.
No, because there are lots of people in person.
Yeah. Okay. Sure. Yeah.
So the conference is happening actually
Yeah.
in a hybrid mode with a lot of people
Okay.
present in person.
Yeah.
The people who could not really join in the in-person mode, we are trying to do it remotely. Because it is Mexican time is 8:30, so quite early in the morning.
Yeah. Can you see that, Mufti?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Fantastic.
Did you know that hunger
David, have you tried the full screen?
Full screen, so what do I do there? This one. Full screen, where's full screen mode? Where's full screen mode, Mufti?
No, well, now it's still, I am seeing the presenter mode.
Okay, oh yeah, I haven't, yeah, here, from the beginning. Like that, you mean?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, sorry,
Mm.
sorry, I understand what you mean.
It was a slideshow. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I was just waiting to go, that was all.
Okay.
We're going to present you, Dr. Brown. We are ready. So solo, only give me 1 second. Okay.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome back. TEHI 2020. Today is the last two track sessions, 3 and 4. And today we have another keynote speaker, Professor David Brown from Nottingham University, UK. He's going to talk about uses of machine learning for students with learning disabilities and autism. Professor Brown, you have 40 minutes, please. What is yours?
Okay, you have 40 minutes, Professor Brown.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much for inviting me to do this keynote. I feel a bit disconnected here, but hopefully I'll get to meet you all at some point in the future. So my name's David Brown. I work at Nottingham Trent University, and really, primarily, I work in human-computer interaction. But because of that, I have to use a range of computer methods, including explainable AI and machine learning, to support the needs, specifically in my area of interest for people with intellectual disabilities and autism. So the talk today is going to cover some issues and some uses of machine learning to support students with learning disabilities and autism. So we're going to really cover the case for applying artificial autism. This is the case, I'm not sure about Mexico, but especially in the UK, where schools are receiving more diverse students. So with inclusive education in the UK, we have students who are neurotypical, but we also have students with learning disabilities and autism, and we have inclusive classrooms. But this range of students requires more diverse teaching requirements. The amount of teachers aren't increased, but their the need for them to cover and to respond to the learning needs of that diverse range of students remains the same. So really, we want to say, how can we use computer methods to address the real needs of teachers not having enough capacity to attend to each individual child's learning needs, and to support not just their learning needs, but also their behavioral outcomes in class. So some of the students I work with, and Mufti does as well, are students with intellectual disability and autism. And sometimes they have behavioral issues that need to be supported in classroom too. And really what we want to do is use computer methods and techniques to support their best academic and their best behavioral outcomes in class. And so in all of this, and especially in the last couple of years, we've been thinking about why we might use explainable AI, why it might be really important that the interpretations or inferences from a machine learning classifier might need to be interpretable and explainable, and why that might be particularly important when we're working with students who are highly vulnerable in terms of data capture, storage, analysis, and transfer. So over the years, I've been involved in some very, very big sponsored by the European Union. But all of these have been around using technology to support students with learning disability and autism. The first project I'm going to talk about is a big European project. It started in 2018, finished in 19. It's a 30-partner European project, an 8 million euro, probably equivalent to US dollars, project to develop an effective, a multimodal effective learning system, a multimodal adaptive learning system using sensor data to provide a personalized learning system based on real-time, on-the-fly sensing of the emotional states of students that are learning, whether students were engaged, bored, frustrated, and when the system sensed those states, it would automatically adjust the level of learning challenge of its learning materials. After that experience, we developed some smaller projects, which were much more lightweight projects running on mobile devices, just to look at part of that issue. Can we use cameras on mobile devices and perhaps accelerometers to understand the emotional state of learners with mild and moderate learning disabilities? And what happens then? What happens when we sense a learner isn't engaged in education? That was the Pathway Plus project. The project that Mufti and myself are working on now, where the principal investigators and co-investigators, is AI Top. We know that with autism also face real challenges in terms of supporting their best behavior outcomes in class. And again, can we use sensor data and machine learning to understand when they might be about to experience emotional dysregulation events? They're sometimes termed meltdown events. And if we can predict these at a very early stage, termed the rumble stage, perhaps that's time for clinicians or teachers or parents to intervene with evidence-based well-being interventions to calm the student down, leading to less frequent and less intense meltdown events, and therefore better mental health for the student and less classroom disruption. Lastly, as I'm sure you're all interested, why should we be using explainable AI? Working with particularly vulnerable populations, is it really important that we understand why those models classifiers are making the predictions and inferences that they are. So just a bit of background. I've been working at the Interactive Systems Research Group at Nottingham Trent University for 25 years. And we're focusing on the development of enabling technologies for the cognitive and physical rehabilitation of users in the real world, but also on the promotion of their mental well-being. We're computer scientists, but we're very multidisciplinary, and we work in areas such as user-centered design, accessibility, virtual environments, AR, XR, serious games, location-based services, social robotics, and machine learning. But we also work with clinicians and psychology researchers working in stroke. So we develop games for stroke rehabilitation, cancer, oncology. So we use big big electronic health record data sets where we look at those data sets and look at cancer prediction, staging, and trying to identify the people at greatest risk of certain types of cancers for early screening, and also people working in special education. You can see here 3 people from the user group I work with called the NICER group. That's a young group of around 15 to 20 young adults with intellectual disability, and we posit these as co-researchers. We're not working on them, we're working with them, and they have very valuable research experience via their lived experience. So I just want to cover a bit of background. If I'm using machine learning, sensor data machine learning to interpret the state, the emotional states related to learning and behavior, and how I can factor that into an adaptive learning system, I have to know something about the challenges young people face with autism. I'm going to talk about the context within the UK, but obviously the context in Mexico might be similar, and I'd be really interested to hear if indeed that is the case. We know that more than 1.1% of the UK population falls within the autistic spectrum. In a focus study on 8-year-old children, 3.8 per thousand boys and 0.8 per thousand girls present with autism. So obviously this is an issue that needs dealing with. As far as I'm aware, the UK government reacted first with their strategy in 2010 called Fulfilling and Rewarding Lives, which was updated in 2014, the national UK strategy called Think Autism, with 3 main areas of focus: building autism-aware communities, promoting innovation and service provision, and providing integrated care. So our contribution here is to the middle component there, providing innovation in service provision using disruptive technologies, artificial intelligence tools for education, so that all learners are supported to reach their full potential, both academically and socially. So we know that 71% of students with autism attend inclusive education in the UK. Now, in the UK, it might be slightly different from Mexico. So we have inclusive education, but we also have special education for students with profound and multiple learning disabilities and autism. We also have special schools, special educational needs schools. But the majority of students with autism actually attend mainstream school, 71%. And it's really important to provide these students with an environment which is adjusted to their needs and free of an emotional trauma. But research has shown that mainstream schools are not frequently neither fully educated or equipped to deal with the needs of autistic children and give them the necessary support. And since 71% are attending mainstream schools, this means a large number of students with autism are not getting the educational experience they deserve. So research by the Autism Education Trust shows that 40% of children with autism have been bullied in school. And a staggering 56% of parents with autism who have been bullied in school has said that it caused their child to miss school or even change schools, which actually means that thousands of autistic children are being illegally excluded from school. Further research by Ambitious About Autism states that 4 in 10 children have been informally excluded from school. This causes them to miss really important school trips, activities, or even means they might attend lessons on a part-time basis. And it's not just teachers who feel that the educational provision of students for autism within the UK at least is not adequate. Research by the National Autistic Society in the UK has found that 30% of parents feel their child's educational placement is not adequate, and a staggering 70% of those parents are not satisfied with the level of understanding of autism in their child's school. So, what do we do as a bunch of computer scientists to try to contribute towards mitigating these issues? We know from research that from our colleagues in special education who we work very closely with at Nottingham Trent University, that it's important to provide students with autism with an environment which is adjusted to their needs and free of emotional trauma. And we also know from other research in special education, without engagement, there is no deep learning. Now, when I say deep learning in this context, I'm not talking about machine learning. I'm talking about educational deep learning. How much of the learning that students gain can be transferred to other spheres. So without engagement, there is no deep learning, effective teaching, meaningful outcome, real attainment of quality progress. So engagement in learning is something that we want to measure using sensors and machine learning, and also to maintain, so that if we can have systems, computer systems, working on a range of educational platforms that use sensors and machine learning, which understand the states related to engagement of students with learning disabilities and autism, and continue to promote engagement, then we will have deep learning. So I'm going to talk about the 3 projects: Mathesis, which is a very big educational system, platform working with social robots, tablet devices, and a range of PC platforms. Erasmus Pathway Plus, working on mobile devices, and AI Top, again working on a range of platforms, but also understanding the behavioral states of learners. So the first project that I want to go more deeply into is the Mathesis project. We know that recent reviews have highlighted an explosion of work on the use of artificial intelligence tools for education that detects affective states relevant to learning. So it might be over reductionist, but the kind of affective states that I want to find out about in terms of my students would be states including engagement, boredom, and frustration. Then, once we understand those states, I think you can do one of 3 things. You can trigger an on-screen agent. You can alert a human teacher or tutor to come in to understand why engagement isn't happening and to re-engage the students using different learning activities, or increasing or decreasing the level of learning challenge. Or, as in the case of Mathesis, you have a completely another algorithm to automatically adjust, increase or decrease the level of learning challenge of the materials. So, for instance, if we detect boredom, boredom might occur because the students are over-challenged. The problem is too hard, and therefore we have to decrease the level of learning challenge. If, conversely, that the students are bored because the task is too easy, then the algorithm would automatically increase the level of learning challenge. And the Mathesis ecosystem used both on-the-fly, real-time, effective state monitoring of students engaged, bored, or frustrated, sensor data, machine learning, and their progress through the learning system how fast or how effectively are they developing an awareness and understanding of the learning objectives to drive the ongoing presentation of the learning materials in an adaptive learning system. So this was a huge project, and we involved, I think, 21 schools across Europe, in the UK, in Spain, and Italy. And its teachers themselves developed the learning materials. They developed a whole range of learning activities and learning objectives, and these were based on these learning graphs, as you can see in the middle of this diagram at the bottom. So we use the context and the concept of smart learning atoms, which were small pieces of learning which could be variously reconfigured to promote a huge range of differentiation of learning materials that are required for students with learning disabilities and autism. And then the learning material was then displayed on a range of platform agents. We used ordinary desktop machines, tablets, and social robots, including the Now robot. So in addition to the accelerometer in the Android tablet, you'd also have a Connect V2 sensor to understand things like body pose, and also you'd have high definition cameras on the Now robot, and all those sensors obviously can pick up various features and data which might be pertinent to building a model of the effective state of learners. So, in order to train supervised learning of the machine learning classifiers, we recorded students with learning disabilities and autism working on educational materials on a range of platform agents. These would include working on robots or desktop platforms, and we would video record them and then look at the individual frames, usually facial features, of students working on those platforms. And then trained researchers and parents and caregivers would annotate the individual frames to say that student X was engaged, bored, or frustrated in that individual video frame. And then all those examples, labeled examples, would be used to train a range of machine learning algorithms for each of the modalities. So in terms of facial features and how these relate to the emotional state of learners, we use pre-trained and fine-tuned convolutional neural networks to infer emotions directly from facial images. In terms of eye gaze, we used a Mitobi sensor, and we used a two-stream CNN with 3D gaze vectors. In terms of body pose, different people move forwards or backwards when they're engaged a lot or not. So we used a slow feature analysis algorithm to extract features classified using a support vector machine model. And then the performance needed to have some way of taking these individual modalities and combining them into a probability, one probability that a person, a learner, would be engaged or not based on the individual weightings from each modality. And this was used with a K-fold cross-validation for the majority of modalities, and a leave one out, cross cross-validation for the interaction parameters. And so going back to what I said before, then an equally weighted late multimodal fusion scheme using the predictions independently inferred by each modality gave an overall understanding, one probability of whether the student was engaged, bored, or frustrated. So then when we understand if students are bored, the platform then automatically adjusted the level of learning challenge to keep students in a state of educational flow. It used educational theory by TEHI, so that we're trying to maintain students just on the edge of challenge, where they're not over challenged, but they're productively challenged, so that engagement is always maintained using real-time, on-the-fly analysis of their current level of engagement and then intervening using another algorithm should that level of engagement wane. That was a huge project, technologically very complex, and I think it was at a very early stage of technology readiness. So in our next project, what we try to do is to produce a much more lightweight version of that approach. And also we had some problems. I've been thinking about this for a while, especially with Mufti as well. How do you actually give really reliable labels to data, to machine learning classifiers to understand the emotional state of learners? So in the past project, we used the video data of students working on a range of educational platforms, and researchers in the project labeled the individual video frames. Student X is engaged in our frame, or they're not engaged in the next frame. But some other people in educational research at Nottingham Trent challenged me on that and said, you know, teachers aren't always the best interpreters of the emotional state of some students with intellectual disability and autism. It might be that parents are better interpreters of that state, or you might need objective measures. And that's where we came up in our next project with the use of a continuous performance test as an objective measure of visual attention, because a continuous performance test is a measure of sustained visual attention. So what we looked at here now for the science was Swanson's application of signal detection theory. Signal detection theory gives us quantifiable information about the improvement or deterioration of visual attention in response to a signal. What does that mean? So here is Michael. I'm using Michael's real name because he's a co-researcher of mine and has given me permission to do that. Michael is playing a game, a continuous performance test, and he's looking for Wally. Where's Wally? When he spots Wally, he will press the space bar. And the outcome measures of the test are the errors in spotting Wally and his reaction time. Whilst we're recording his errors and reaction time, simultaneously we're also recording his eye gaze using a Mitobi sensor there, his brain signals using a Muse headband, and there's also a web camera as well looking at his body posture. So that means in real time we're labeling his sensor data, his eye gaze, his body posture, and his brain signals with real-time outcome measures from the continuous performance test, the number of errors he makes in spotting Wally, and his reaction time. On the outcome measures, reaction time and the number of errors he makes in spotting Wally allow us to segment the multimodal data into regions of high and low attention. That means when Michael is visually attentive, he will make a low number of errors and will have a low reaction time in spotting Wally. That allows us to understand the patterns in his sensor data at that time, what his body posture looks like and what his eye gaze looks like when he's highly attentive. Conversely, if Michael has low visual attention, he's not engaged, he's likely to have a high reaction time and make a high number of errors in spotting Wally. Again, these give us the labels to understand when Michael's not visually attentive and when he's not engaged, what his eye gaze and body posture or brain signals might look like at that time. Again, providing us the labels by which we can have hopefully objective labels to the machine learning method for the data modeling of engagement, boredom, and frustration. And that in this instance, we used a random forest ensemble method. So in this case, we didn't have another complex algorithm to change the level of learning challenge of the materials based if Michael was detected not to be engaged, bored or frustrated. We actually alerted a human tutor using a traffic light system, green for engaged, for bored and frustrated, red and amber, so that students, teachers, could understand that certain people in their classroom were not engaged and direct their scant resources to the students in greatest learning need. The final project that I want to talk about today is the Erasmus AI Top project. So in addition to using learning platforms and sensors and machine learning to understand the emotional states of learners with learning disabilities and autism, and then have interventions to re-engage the students to keep them engaged, because we know if they're engaged, deep learning is more likely to happen. We also want to use sensor data and machine learning to understand and support the best behavioral outcomes of students with autism. Now, we know that students with autism show some signs of distress before a so-called meltdown event or an emotional dysregulation event. These events occur when the student is overwhelmed or overloaded by the stimuli in their environment and temporarily lose control of their behavior, sometimes called an autistic meltdown, but other people think that's not a productive term to use and will use the term emotional dysregulation. But we know there are precursors, small signs before an emotional dysregulation event happens, and these are called the rumble stage. And the recent literature is saying that if we can use some of these precursors, and these might be involuntary gestures or other bodily physiological changes, and machine learning, we can understand when an emotional dysregulation event might be about to occur and give sufficient warning to parents, to teachers, to carers, to the people themselves to do something which then would calm themselves down. And we know the cues include the involuntary visual cues that people give off when they're about to experience an emotional dysregulation event include rocking, biting their hands, scratching, kicking, or even lashing out violently. So if we can use cameras on learning platforms to identify those behaviors and have machine action recognition models to identify those behaviors, we might be able to give sufficient warning to parents and teachers and carers that an emotional dysregulation event is about to happen. And so it gives them time to intervene with evidence-based calming interventions. So at the special school I work with, what happens if a student has an emotional dysregulation event, they're taken to a quiet space. It's called a hard space. It's a dark space that has nice cushions in, low lighting, nice ambient, calming, relaxing music. But we know other interventions are particularly useful too, such as playing a physical game, playing a computer game, having a fidget toy, meditation perhaps, deep breathing. Now we're building on some of our colleagues' works here, as you can see the reference here as far back as 2017. So in the approach by Patnam, teachers and parents did look at big databases of students with autism approaching emotional dysregulation events. These were video data. So again, they went back to the old approach of annotating the individual video frames of students and to say that, yes, that's a behavior, that's an involuntary gesture by the student, that is an indicator that a meltdown event is going to happen. And then these labels were used to train deep learning approaches such as recurrent convolutional neural networks to infer emotions. And the choice of these networks was based on reliability, robustness, and compactness. So in the approach by these researchers, the RCNN compares loss and accuracy at each layer of the neural network and adjusts the learning rate appropriately. And importantly, the research shows that this leads to an approach which is 30% more accurate than other RCNNs. And then again, once you understand an emotional dysregulation event might occur, then you can intervene with evidence-based calming interventions. So they actually trained with two actions. They took the two most important involuntary gestures that they thought from the literature indicated the onset of an emotional dysregulation event, covering ears, covering face, and then hearing a bit of noise, well, quite a lot of noise. Are we okay to go? And they trained these machine learning classifiers separately for these two gestures. They needed 1,000 pictures per class for both negative and positive examples for covering face, covering ears, and they kept a validation set of around 15 to 25% of the original data set, leading to a validation accuracy of 93% and decreasing training loss of about 4.43. Nice, very nice. This is based on a set of involuntary gestures that young people with autism might make approaching a meltdown event. And so hopefully if you have a camera, you can record these issues, a nicely trained algorithm using publicly available data sets, and you might be able to predict the onset of these emotional dysregulation events and diffuse them in good time. And that was the basis of our current project with Mufti and myself. So sponsored by the European Union, using an Erasmus project, working with local schools and national schools in the UK, but also working in Bulgaria and also in Greece. So how have we progressed the model? So our own action recognition model uses the 6, not the 4, the 6 most common actions that preempt the onset of a meltdown: biting hands, hitting your head, rocking, flapping hands, scratching, and the 2 most important ones, covering ears and covering face. This platform was based on our colleague Francesco from a local university in Italy, colleague of Mufti's, and we're developing the model using Media Pipeline. So that computes the real-time tracking of the face and body, and I think converts it, the visual image, into 543 points. And then an LSTM is used to recognize the action performed, whether it's touching face, ears, scratching, which gives many advantages in terms of data privacy. It's great that it's light on GPU. Means it runs at 15 frames per second on a mobile phone, so it's operable in real-time context. And the holistic model looks at every frame. I think it's around 1,600 data points for the face, hands, and pose tracking, converting that into a 3-dimensional set of points. And you can read more about that paper, and I'm sure Mufti will share latest research after this presentation. So what do we have to do? We know that we have a range of publicly available data sets apparently in the world. You try to get through to these data sets, it's incredibly difficult to access any kind of meltdown data set, and believe you, we've tried. So in the end, what we've decided to do is create our own data set. We have to recruit local students with autism and intellectual disability. Obviously, with non-invasive ethics at Nottingham Trent, we've managed to recruit 30 young people for the action recognition model who are performing the most commonly performed actions that are the precursors to a meltdown event. But we also know, and we've been challenged by the researchers at Trent, that actually when students start to show their involuntary gestures such as rocking or covering your face and ears, actually meltdown events are already halfway there. We need to go further back into the signs that young people give off into an earlier time period in order to afford the time to do something about a meltdown event. And perhaps when people start rocking or covering their face and ears, it might even be too late. So it's a nice starting point. And we've advanced what's been done before because we've added more gestures to our action recognition model. But additionally, from the literature, there are physiological signals that are given off by students, perhaps where they're unaware of these signals, such as heart rate variability, galvanic skin response, and skin temperature. And we're working with other sensors such as polar watches to understand some of these other signals and build these into action recognition models. So hopefully we'll have a set of technologies here using sensor data and machine learning to understand the emotional states of learners related to learning, engagement, boredom, or frustration, but also states related to behavior, rumble moments and meltdown moments, to increase the likelihood that our students can make the academic and the social progress that they should. And if we predict and diffuse meltdown events that will lead to less frequent and intense meltdown events, leading to better mental health for the student in the classroom and less instances of absenteeism and bullying. Hopefully prevent the secondary consequences of their difficulties, including anxiety disorders and depression. And hopefully that will improve the understanding of autism both within the school and wider community. Just to finish off, because I think I'm running out of time, why is it important to use explainable AI? We know from our own experience, your experience, and also from research that even the people who create the so-called black box models find them difficult to understand and interpret. And sometimes this is inherent to the very nature of the kind of models we're building, especially neural networks, where you have hundreds of hidden layers that transmit large amounts of signals, which are really extremely difficult to reconstruct. And it's essential in things like if we're using AI or models to interpret, first of all, I know Mufti is working in areas where we use AI and sensor data for the detection of autism, for the diagnosis of autism, for the detection of Alzheimer's disease at a very early stage. So we really need to compare the inferences of our models, their prediction, with ground truth data, because these are highly critical and sensitive application areas, and any inference or prediction these models make should be explainable and interpretable. Research shows that transparent algorithms and explanatory approaches can make the adoption of these new technologies less risky in the clinical situations, and we actually posit that makes it less risky in special education and applications where we're supporting early detection of neurodevelopmental issues such as autism or Alzheimer's disease. Some of the approaches that we're using very quickly include explainable methods, and I think this paper led by Mufti looks at a pipeline for the use of explainable AI for autism detection. Combining that with approaches such as federated learning, which allows organizations, whether that's a school or a hospital, to keep their private data private and secured locally. So each of the models on offline training are trained on the local data. Then the weights are only shared with the online model across the internet at that point, which preserves the data privacy and addresses concerns of the use of electronic health data, but also data that you're using in special education and highly sensitive areas. So what do we know from this talk? The affective state of learners with intellectual disability and autism related to learning, whether they're bored, engaged, or frustrated, can be determined already using current generation technology, and it can be used to determine the order of learning materials so that it adapts to learners' individual learning needs, and that can increase engagement in learning. Increasing engagement in learning means deep learning is much more possible. But we can also use sensor data and machine learning to detect behavioral states, such as meltdown crises, at a very early rumble stage, so that clinicians or parents or carers can intervene with evidence-based well-being interventions to lead to less frequent, less intense meltdown events, promoting better mental health of students with autism within the classroom. Key to this, we think, are approaches such as explainable AI and federated learning so that any prediction made by an algorithm is explainable and interpretable, and that data security is preserved. I think I'm within 1 minute to finishing. So thank you very much for listening today. It's a shame I'm not perhaps more connected. I like to meet and talk to people at the conference, but hopefully I can do that in future years and future instances of the conference. Thank you. Is anybody there?
Okay. Questions from the audience? Do you have any questions?
Hey, Professor. I have a question for you. Well, I have thousands of questions because where I work in Canada, we work with autism populations, and I know the challenge to work with these populations because there are so many features that they are scared of. Robots, they don't engage easily in any social activities because the pool of autism is very broad, right? But my question is regarding like issues like countries like Mexico, where even the numbers of the population of autism is not very well known. They have a rough estimate here of 1 to 4 per 1,000 inhabitants. But I know Canada, it's quite similar to UK. And there are very initiatives there to similar to the ones you present here. But how do you think countries like Mexico will have to engage and make aware people here of the problem? Because in the latest news about autism, I knew like the mother of an autism kid was murdered because the neighbor couldn't understand the noises and the tantrums of the son. And finally, the neighbor was fed up and murdered the mother. So it's not just, well, I know UK, Canada, there's more awareness of the problem, but what will be the venue in countries like here to make people aware that this is a real problem and how to engage these people and to try to do something else? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the question and explaining something about the context in Mexico. So I've been working with Mufti and we're looking at kind of a similar situation, I think, in Bangladesh. That might be right, Mufti, where sometimes perceptions of autism in the community are different than they might be in the UK or Canada. And you know that there has to be a variety of interventions by national government, awareness raising campaigns, and no one piece of technology is going to solve that issue about the misconceptions about autism, perhaps in Mexico or Bangladesh. But I think if you look at the UN Sustainable Development Goals, we're looking to increasingly towards understanding learning disability and autism and moving towards inclusive education. So I would just say that, you know, as researchers working in Mexico, that you continue to use enabling technologies and computer methods to support all people in terms of perhaps their educational and behavioral outcomes. And hopefully that will build an awareness of the issues faced by those kind of students and some of the technologies which can mitigate some of the support them. You know what, in the UK, I'm not working on a medical model, and it's a big debate in the US and the UK that I think autism used to be seen as a deficit. And perhaps some of the things you're describing at the moment in Mexico is looking at something like as a deficit-based model. We're not saying that autism is a deficit, something to be cured or fixed. We're just saying that we all have a range of support issues, don't we? Very few of us are actually can be described as neurotypical, and so we can use technology to support us all, but we work very much in a social model. Autism isn't there to be fixed. It's not a disease. It's something that is a condition which can be supported using technology for the better mental health of the individual person, but also for improved understanding of autism across society and beyond. It's not going to be solved by one piece of technology, but I do encourage you to, and the people here, to use all of your superb expertise and methods and focus those methods onto helping more vulnerable people in society.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Professor
We have more
Brown.
time for questions. We would like to thank again the speaker, Dr. David Brown. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Dr. Brown.
Thank you very much.
Next speaker is Dr.
So the next speaker is an invited talk by Dr.
Tanu Wadera
from the School of Electronics in the Indian Institute of Information Technology, Pune, in India. The talk is about next generation Internet of Healthcare Things, design of biosensor for commercial devices and as smart diagnostic tools. Dr. Tanu Wadera received the Bachelor of Technology degree in Electronics and Communication Engineering from the Government GNE College in Punjab, India in 2013, and a Master of Technology degree in Signal Processing from the Punjabi University in Punjab, India in 2015. She completed her PhD from the National Institute of Technology in Jalandhar, India in July of 2021. And she also served as research associate in the Department of Electrical Engineering in India Institute of Technology in Delhi from November of 2020 to July of 2021. Now she's serving as assistant professor at the School of Electronics, Indian Institute of Information Technology in Pune. And she was participating in many activities. She's a well-known researcher in India. And if she's there, we welcome you, Doctor. Thank you very much for accepting the invitation. You have 20 minutes, the floor is yours.
Hi, everybody. I hope I'm audible to you. Anybody can ensure the same on your end.
Yes, we can see your monitor.
Okay, that's cool. First of all, thank you, the TEHI 2020 team, for inviting me on such a prestigious platform for delivering or for sharing my thoughts, actually. So I'm very grateful for this opportunity, and I really believe that the topic and my sharing of the thoughts will do justice to the platform and to the audience present here. So yeah, good evening from India, and it's, I think, good afternoon on your side. So the presentation title that I'm going to have today with you people is Next Generation Internet of Healthcare Things, Design of Biosensors for Commercial Devices as Smart Diagnostic Tools. So if we go by each word of the title, I believe that all this is actually related to the ecosystem of the health, which actually is at the stake right now because we are in a need of so many of the POCT tools in terms of, let's say, biosensors or much more the viable devices which are commercially viable. And apart from that, also the smart diagnostic tool. So each word of the title, I think, will justify the needs of, let's say, healthcare 5.0 or society 5.0, so that we can have the systems or the diagnostic tools that can be actually at our hand, or can be the actual point of care or the point of recommendation or the point of testing kits for us. So I'll start with the biosensor. If we go with the term bio and sensor, these are the two different terms which have been integrated together because their functioning has been found in the same way. When we talk about the sensor is basically It's a device which senses the particular input, which analyzes that particular input and can give you the output in terms of the requisite method. For example, sensor could be a transducer as well. So when it comes to a sensing of any of the particular signal, we definitely want to have the output in terms of the quantitable or electrical format, if it in case we need the signal. And the sensors have the output and the input corresponding to that. So it's easy, or it's, you can say, justified to call sensors as the transducers as well. The term bio integrated with it generally refers to the biosignals that we can combine or we can integrate with the sensor to have the particular or the designated area application. So now if we talk about the biosensor, that how many areas it has actually worked for. So I'll start with the drug discovery, then the disease detection, then the environmental monitoring, then soil quality monitoring, food quality monitoring, then different, let's say, toxins of the interest for the defense people, then water quality management, and as well as water quality checker, you can say, then the prosthetic devices. So all are the different areas where biosensors have attracted a number of applications. When we talk about the commercially present biosensor, I think a glucose biosensor that everybody has seen, that actually check your insulin level in the blood, that is totally available. Then it's a type of the biosensor which actually exists in the market. Apart from that, I don't think so there is any commercially available biosensor which can actually be a POCT and can be a clinician, or like we are not in a need of the clinician or any of the physiologist for that particular purpose. When okay, it's not direct to say that the that pregnancy test kit tool is a biosensor, but definitely it has some sensing mechanism. Let's say it's the pH sensing mechanism, but it is quite handy. So we can call it as the point of testing kit or the diagnostic kit at the initial stages. So that is how they have become viable to the market, and they have been rapidly utilized by many of the patients and many of the sufferers of, let's say, diabetics, or many of the conceiving ladies, that they utilize all these handy tools and kits. So imagine if, just like David sir mentioned, that autism has become a very targeted area and the needful major concern where we need to work for. What if we have a biosensor that can directly say that in future you are going to have this much of the cognition decline, you can have any of the problem, it can predict or it can detect the levels, that which of the thing is adequate, which of the thing is reduced, which of the thing is very high in your body, and then that it can be worked upon. And correspondingly we can have the suitable interventions if detected handy, or if the detection becomes so let's say on the very point of care testing type stuff, right? So this is how the biosensors can put our life at ease, and I believe that being the good invention of for POCT and tending towards that, it could be good to have the biosensors with us. But now let's say we are going to deploy the biosensor. As I told you that sensor is basically the transducer and bio is the type of the signal. What type of the signal? Bio, like medical, biophysical, or what type of the input you are giving to it. Since it is related to, let's say, human input, so we call it bio. And then comes the sensor is a transducer. So it could be anything depending upon what type of the output you are in need of. So it can be even the photodiode, the sensor. If in case you need the light as the output, it can be the pH paper. If you need the output to be the the scale on the pH level, it can be the piezoelectric one if you need the output as in terms of the pressure. So it can also be the field effect transistor if you need your output to be in the terms of, let's say, current or voltage of the device, and then it can sense those particular things. But that is suitable, that is okay, because definitely as per the requirement, how you want to present, we can have the type of the input and we can have the type of the transducer. But the major challenges that are of the main focus is detection limit, detection time, specificity, novel analysis tools, and embedded AI methods. So I'll go one by one. Detection limit, definitely. When we have a POCT tool, we should majorly concern on that how much amount of the input analyte or the target analyte we need to provide to make the sensing on. For example, if it is a blood testing kit or it's a glucose level detection kit, we need not to give it a units of blood. We just need a droplet and then boom, it's done. So this is how your detection limit should be. It is also called LOD, limit of detection. It should be as small unit as possible, as much parts per million, let's say, should be there. Then the detection time, definitely it needs to be very quick, because in the more the waiting time, more the computational time actually makes the reliability at stake, and plus also the sensitivity, the stability of the device at stake. Then is the specificity. So when it comes to specificity, it is basically, if I'll go with the, let's say, definition, a very layman language, specificity is how much selective it is. So how much is specific to the input we are providing, it is working on that. So if we are targeting the glucose level, whether it is specific to that particular analyte present in the targeted input or not. Then comes how novelty in the analysis tools we are providing. For example, at this stage of the time, we can have MEMS as a transducer, we can have electrochemical biosensors, we can have optical biosensors, we can have electrical device based like FPTI tools. That various different analysis tools are there, but what novelty we are bringing into, and how much that novelty is justified as per considering the commercial viability of those particular biosensor. So that is actually much more required and crucial challenge which need to be resolved, and which actually serves the purpose to be a good research area in the future. Then is embedded AI methods. Artificial intelligence, if we consider, it is not only about the data, it is not only about imparting intelligence, it is not only about training and all that stuff, but yes, it can also be well utilized when it comes to device deployment. The best example, if I could correlate, of AI in the biosensor development is, so when, let's say, we have a pregnancy kit, the urine droplet is provided over the testing bed. Now that urine droplet needs to be absorbed by that paper sheet that is there in the device, and corresponding to that the pH level changes and it provides the output. So now that absorption and adsorption both of that particular droplet of the urine on the testing bed is basically requires a very good mechanism which we called as the bioreception. So that reception is very crucial. We should know which enzyme, which synthesizer, or let's say which catalyst can actually make that input sample to be very adsorbed or immobilized, right, on the testing bed, whatever the testing bed we are utilizing. So artificial intelligence, since it's a lot of literature is required, we need to work a lot of times, various chemical tests like liquid chromatography, gas chromatography. We have to perform all those stuff depending upon what type of the input we have. So artificial intelligence can actually skip all those steps. It can directly, with the training or with the by putting let's say thousands of the samples of the same sample in thousand epochs, let's say at a single time, we can make the system learn. We can train the testing bed to get used to that particular sample, and in that way we actually save a lot of time in finding out the particular let's say the particular bioreceptor that can directly work with that. For example, recently, if you can go through any of the biosensor paper, so people are working on cancer detection through a biosensor. That is very, very, you can say, innovative and much required thing. But definitely, they have to find the enzymes for that particular thing. That what type of the enzyme can actually, can find out the targeted analyte in the sample of those cancerous tissues. So these are the major challenges. So challenges are, I think, always, I believe, are actually the research goals, or could be the the objectives for the future research. So there are a number of the areas where biosensor actually we can work upon for the biosensor. So if we talk about that, okay, now we have the biosensors in house, then how our healthcare system will look like. So this is how the entire ecosystem works. If we talk about, let's say, on the left side, we do have representation where we have all the data providers, or we can say the requisite people who can generate the data or who are in need of actually the device or the particular healthcare tech. So they are at the outer sides, and while we moving more closer to the system, it is we are getting to the system where we can process that particular information. And as far as we are going away from the things from the center, let's say from the cloud or from the hub, then we are going to much more of the let's the hospital unit, the financial institutions, the devices which can generate the data, the healthcare professionals that can provide the suitable output, and even the patients who are contributing into the entire ecosystem. So this is how they are working, and where the interface is the in-between layer, which we call as the fog or the mist layer. And if we see on the right, so these layers actually deal with that how to process the data, and what actually different methodologies can be utilized to extract information from the data. To have data is good, but to have the informative data is furthermore good. But the best thing is that how we are extracting the information from that particular data. So initial thing is the perception layer, which actually deals with how the data is, how we are going to have the data. So to have the data, we need to have the data sensing units first, which can generate the data. Then we need to transmit the data to a particular particular area. Let it be a remote area, healthcare technology. Then how to transmit that data from one point, let point A to point B. Then that comes under the perception or perceiving the data at the different layers. Then comes the second layer when we so this is how the upper layers are saying that how we can process the data, how we can extract the information from the data, and how that data actually can be taken to cloud, so that it can be either stored, it can be either analyzed, it can be provided to other complex algorithms to understand the or to extract the better information from the data. And then how it is, for whom it is meant to be. Then that is the final layer where we can utilize the extracted information or the decisions from made from the collected data. So all these come at the end. So major thing is the perception layer, which actually the biosensors come here. The data sensing means like how the data is getting generated, or from where or which unit is actually capable of providing us the data. So this is where the biosensors will come. And now if we talk about how to deploy the biosensor, I mentioned that the commercially available biosensor is the glucose biosensor. So if I go by the category of the biosensor, so that is basically we do have two categories majorly. And then depending upon the type of or the nature of the biosensor, we can also categorize them like nanoparticle based, paper based, or molecule based. This is depending upon the type of the input we are referring to. For example, the input is a molecule, it's a molecule based. The input is nanoparticle size, it's like that. But otherwise, majorly, if we talk about, we have two types of the sensors, biosensors. One is label free, another is labeled. So labeled means when you have made, just like supervised machine learning and unsupervised machine learning. In the supervised machine learning, we do tell our data that if this is the pattern, the output is this. If this is the pattern, the output is this. Similarly, in the label based biosensor or labeled biosensor, we provide the target analyte with the output, that this is the target analyte and we need this output to be extracted from it, and thus it becomes the labeled biosensor. Now, glucose biosensor can only detect the insulin level, but it can never tell whether your blood or whether, since it is dealing with the blood sample, wet sample, but it is not giving you the information about the type of blood or any of the infection in your blood or any of the other rare diseases or the very common diseases that can happen to your body because of your blood. They are not provided. So this is the lack point of the labeled biosensor, whereas label free biosensor means we are not labeling it. This is how AI can come into it. Label free biosensor means it is learning on its own from the input that you are giving, from the pattern that you are providing. It is recognizing the samples, the input samples, the variety and the diversity in that. Same the concept of big data, right? The volume, the variety. So all the V's that we have in big data, right? So all these things work when it comes to the label free biosensor. So it's your choice now. You can even make the available glucose biosensor to act like a label free, and we can make it the blood type detector as well, or blood infection detector as well, along with the glucose biosensor. And depending upon the types, we can have the different application areas for the biosensor. We can make it as an organ on the chip system. We can make it like EEG or ECG. We have electrophysiological biosensors. We can also compute the different the imaging thing for the biosensor. So these could be the particular application depending upon the type we can choose. Then is the okay, in the second last slide or third last slide, I guess. So this is the principle on which it works. Like I tell, we can have the since biome is there. So we have to have the inputs related to the bio process or the biological system. So we have the analyte as the input, then the enzyme, DNA, RNA, where actually AI can play a very good role. It can directly replace all these with the ML method. And these are the receptors. Once this all is decided, then you have to decide the transducer. So this is the transducer area. Once that is decided, then you can go for the signal processing methods where you are amplifying your signal, and then you are giving it to the signal processing unit, which can process the signal corresponding to the requisite, like the fog and mist layer. So this is how it is going to work here. So transducer is generally, it will convert one physical phenomena into the electrical, or you can say the quantifiable, measurable quantity, or the measurable signal form, or the measurable data, right? So this is how the next generation biosensor will look like. Let's say it's a human and we need to find out whether the human sample is there, which is blood, and we need to know whether the blood contains some cancerous infection or not. So this is what I was dictating further, that we need to have a testing bed, and corresponding the testing bed we have the different layers, just like TiO2 is there, AU coated TiO2 is there. So all these are the layering concept which actually helps us in absorbing, and immobilizing the input sample, since we are dealing with the wet sample. So the type of the sample, input sample, it's wet or it's dry, it is also going to matter a lot. So this is how it is providing us the output, that whether it's a cancerous or not. It is performing some Raman test over the input. So this can also be the liquid chromatography test, or any blood uh, detector which we want to have the detection output. It can measure, like intensity it is measuring, and then how the shift in the infection level is there. So in this way it is providing us that whether it's a normal state or whether it's a prostate cancerous state. So this is how actually the biosensor internal processing will look like. So yes, coming to the last slide, that how the future for society 5.0 will look like. So this is how we are at the different stages, let's say starting from our childhood, where we actually want the biosensor to work the most, so that our entire life can be intervened accordingly or as per the symptoms. So whether it comes to the uh, physical biomarkers or the digital biomarkers, or let's say the smartphone tech or the big data analytics, so all these clips, they actually are interlinked, and they need to be integrated so that we can have the biosensors for even the basic problems, let's say, to tell us about even the vital signs of disease or infectious or chronic diseases as per our the age criteria, or as per, let's say, for the professional people, for the sports physiology, for elderly people, for infants. So it can have the different categories, and depending upon that we can have the system on the chip, or we can have the organ on the chip, or we can also embed them into let's say clothes or over the body, anywhere it can work like. But they can be the crucial element of our life. They can be the crucial element of a progressive society, and of obviously they are a symbol of a progressive mindset and a very integrated research domain. So this is how I think I provided you a glimpse of how the biosensors could look like, and I hope I have tried to convince a little among you that this can be done when we are using, or when we are going to have the biosensors in our future. Thank you so much, and I'm free and I'm ready to answer any of your questions.
Thank you, Dr. Aguado.
Hello, Dr. Wadera. One question. Thank you for your beautiful talk. You shows the roadmap, a map for this Internet of Things, for health care things. What is the
Yes.
timeline for this? It's just a quick question.
Nice question. So I actually goes with your phenomena that there should be a timeline for everything. I think since my work also deals with the biosensors, and truly, if you believe my instinct, I think by the year 2030, we are all ready to have all these biosensors. Because I believe that 2025 is the era when we are much more focusing on clean energy, on electric vehicles. So then we need the very fast in life. And by the year 2030, I think all things will be done.
Thank you, Professor.
We're going to have time for more questions. Thank you very much for the beautiful talk, and thank you for accepting to be here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay, we will continue with the next talk. This presentation is presented by Juan José Salvador Velázquez. He will talk about trying EL-based time to digital converter for time of flight applications implemented on Cyclone Q FPGA.
Good morning. Thank you for being here. I'm going to show you some part of the work that I'm doing here at this university in the medical physical laboratory. The content on this presentation is divided in 4 parts. The next slide, please. I'm starting with the presentation and introduction. Sorry. Well, the work that I'm doing is related to particle physics experiments, where the main objective is to identify particle information or obtain information in terms of time of flight, or on the collision position of particles. For example, in detectors where accelerators pose particles in order to collide them and produce additional particles. So typically circular array sensors composed of scintillators and photosensors produce electrical analog signals from when a particle hits the sensor. So after post-processing, these analog signals are converted to digital. And finally, a time-to-digital converter must to measure time intervals. For example, the time where a signal is high. What I measure is the difference of the rising edge of one signal to the rising edge of other signal. These two types of measure are directly related to charge of particle and time of flight, besides the annihilation position of collision, for example. So I'm proposing a time-to-digital converter. In fact, a low resource time-to-digital converter to be applied in local prototypes for particle physics experiments and positron emission tomography experiments too. The configuration that I'm proposing for the time-to-digital converter are shown here. This is based on a cascade of delayed elements. These elements, all of these elements are digital elements. So after running clock signal, I propagated along the this cascade that is also known as time delay line. So the purpose is input signal that serves a clock signal for a array of flip-flops that latch the position of the clock signal when the rising edge occur. So we obtain with this a binary code that represents the time interval measured. But this binary code must be encoded in order to obtain the final measure. So we need an encoder component. The next slide, please. Where the configuration that for this encoder is shown here. This encoder receives the code, the latched code, and I propose using an encoder based on one contours models and transition detectors that are intended to detect the 0-1 transition and 1-0 transition. And depending on one of these transition occurs, having case 1 and case 2, the rest of the components must perform one of two equations. This is for obtaining the clock phase that is an indirect measure of the real measurement that I want to do. For testing this instrument, I'm using a VPGA device, and in this VPGA device, I'm using this configuration. I'm using a couple of PLS to generate a clock signal and an input signal. The main components of the time-to-digital converter are these three components, and I use a signal type logical analyzer to obtain the values produced by these components. And finally, the results are sent to PC for processing later. The main results that I want to acquire are resolution that meets the minimal time measure that I can do. In this case, the average resolution is 6 picoseconds around. But to obtain this value, I use the coherent density test method. That is a method that statistically can estimate the propagation delay of each delay element. So the average delay, propagation delay of each element is the average resolution of the time-to-digital converter. Additionally, it is of interest to obtain the nonlinearity. This nonlinearity I quantify in terms of differential nonlinearity and integral nonlinearity. The differential nonlinearity means the quantification error for each delay element. In this case, I have a delay line of around 580 elements. And integral nonlinearity is the accumulation of all of these values. So these results say the distribution on the positive and negative side of the error of each delay element. Next one, please. Well, the precision maybe is the most important metric for time-to-digital converter because it implies or means the capability of the instrument for doing the same measurement of the same time interval. So to test this, I'm creating 10 different time intervals. Each point represents different time interval in nanoseconds. So for each time interval, I'm testing 1,000 samples, and the mean of these 1,000 measurements is each of these points. In this case, I'm taking arbitrarily, for example, this point that is 2.12 nanoseconds, and I and show you the distribution of all of these measurements. Ideally, this distribution must be normal or Gaussian, but not always is this distribution. I'm using the standard deviation of this distribution to quantify or to represent the precision of the measurement. In this case, I have a precision of 23 picoseconds. Next one, please. Also, I'm trying to quantify or identify the accuracy that represent the linearity of the measurement for different time intervals. In this graph, I'm presenting with red line the ideally or the programmed time interval in the PLL, and the blue line represent the obtained measurement. So visually, we can see that the similarity is acceptable, but the difference of these points are plotted here, and we can say that the order of error is in picoseconds. So compared with other works, well, there is a lot of information in this table, but the most important metrics are resolution, that is EL3, and precision. I have the result of 6 and 26 picoseconds respectively, and quickly analyzing this result compared with other works, we can see that in terms of resolution, our proposal is one of the better results. And with precision, maybe with an additional component, a calibration component, this precision can be reduced and be more competitive compared with other works. The results that are better than ours is because it's important to consider hardware research in EPA. Next one. That is quantified in terms of loops, flip-flops mainly. We can say that the equivalent loads that we are using are 491 and 384 flip-flops. And again, quickly analyzing the rest of the numbers, the resource that we are using for the instrument in the FPGA are in third position, more or less. So according to the results, we can say, next slide, please. Well, that the data line, that is the main component of the digital converter, can be trained to use only 70% of the delay elements equivalent to 1 period. Not that state-of-the-art works use 100%. Also, one contours model have the global ability to correct bubbles that have errors when capturing the transitions. And the proposed TEHI have potential to be applied in positive emission thermography application and also the particle physics experiments. So we have the future goal, add a calibration component to correct the nonlinearity and improve the precision, and test this instrument in some of the experiments of particle physics experiments that we are doing in medical physics laboratory. Thank you for your attention.
It's a question in the following line.
Do we have questions online? No.
Well, you said you had to do like using some calibrated systems. Yeah. But how's that possible? How is it possible to improve the behavior of the system? Just calibrating.
Yes. Could you just make putting the non-energy slide, please? One, just here. Well, set the measurement error for each delay element, but the idea of the calibration component is that this error must be homogeneous. I mean, the same quantity of error of the positive side must be the same of the negative side. So the calibration component is a little table that where the result of the time-to-digital converter serves as address, and the content of the calibration table, in fact, is a corrected measurement. So indirectly, the instrument delivers better linearity and precision.
Okay, please, you can go to the next slide, please. No, the next one. Next, please. Yeah. Okay, so you say right now you have a precision of 26 picoseconds?
Yes.
So just calibrating, you will improve that, you will reduce that number?
Just literally, the state of the art, or other works say that with calibration, the precision tend to reduce to 30% more.
Okay. Is there another question?
No, there are no
Okay,
questions
thank you
online.
very much for your Okay, our next talking is presented by Puspra Singh Chawan, and the talk is called High Power Analysis for Outage Probability and Average Simple Error Probability over non-identical double shadow web tree.
Good morning to everyone. I am Dr. Pushkar Singh, Assistant Professor, Department of Electronics and Communication from Presidency Institute of Technology, Calcutta. The topic of my presentation is high power analysis for outage probability and average similar probability of non-identical conforming double scheduled feeding. The major outline of this presentation as follows: the introduction, then the motivation and objective, statistical modeling of double scheduled conforming feeding, and the performance measures such as outage probability, average similar probability with additive wide Gaussian noise, and the Laplacian.
We are not able to see the presentation, the video, only the sound. Now we can see your screen.
Good morning to everyone. I am Dr. Pushkar Singh, Assistant Professor, Department of Electronics and Communication from Presidency Institute of Technology, Calcutta. The topic of my presentation is high power analysis for outage probability and average similar probability of non-identical conforming double scheduled feeding. The major outline of this presentation are as follows: the introduction, then the motivation and objective, statistical modeling of double scheduled conforming feeding, and the performance measures such as outage probability, average similar probability with additive wide Gaussian noise, and the Laplacian noise, the numerical results, conclusion, and references. First, the introduction. From figure, when we see that the radio propagation environment, in the radio propagation environment, the transmitted electromagnetic waves encounter different mechanisms while reaching to the receiver, and that result in the sudden variation in the received constant. The event termed as feeding. There were two types of feeding: multipath and shielding. And for accurate characterization of the channel, we have to model these feeding scenarios by some sort of models that is already presented in the literature, such as Bevel, Rayleigh, Nakagami, Log-Normal, and several experimental measurement campaigns have shown that the multipath feeding and shedding occur simultaneously. Thus, for the accurate characterization of channel, we have to take the cumulative impact of both these multipath and shedding. And such channel statics is termed as composite feeding model, where these two are taken into account at a time. Numerous models were proposed in the literature. Among them, few have simple representation and other have complex structure. The complexity further increases when modeling of the practical channel is done where both multipath and shedding coexist. Various multipath, that is the composite models are as mixture of Raman, mixture of Gaussian, mixture of inverse Gaussian, and double-shadowed. The utility of this distribution at few instances show its limitation due to their complex mathematical representation that we are not able to derive few other matrices such as diversity, and more, and are not able to predict the behavior of the system with respect to the feeding parameters. In certain cases, to provide more insight to the performance analysis in terms of average symbolic probability or outage probability of the virus system, in terms of feeding parameter, are not possible due to this complexity in the mathematical structure. Thus, the role of asymptotic analysis comes into the picture. The aim for deriving the asymptotic solutions of the various performance measures that enables the system designer to optimize the performance and facilitates the simple characterization of the system behavior in terms of feeding channel parameter at high SLM. It also leads to reduce the complexity of the diversity analysis, which would rather be complicated in certain cases depending upon the analytical behavior of the distribution. So the objective of this presentation, this topic is as we have derived the asymptotic solutions over double-sided Kappa feeding. We are first, I have derived origin PDF for MRC, structure diversity. The entire results were considered for independent and non-identical channels. As practically, the identical distributions, identical feeding channels rarely exist. They are, in general cases, they are non-identical. So that case I have considered in my analysis. Then the asymptotic analysis for every similar probability of these probabilities and very similar result with the additive Gaussian noise and the Laplace. Now, what will the asymptotic, how the asymptotic methodology has been performed in the literature? Traditionally, the various approaches were followed for evaluating the asymptotic analysis. In 5, the Zhang et al. Has proposed that the asymptotic were required the density function around the basement. And on the basis of that density function, later on he have derived various matrices. But considering that approach, the results or the analysis will become tedious when the system is containing summation terms, where the origin PDF is containing summation terms. Another approach given by the papers, where he has directly considered the evaluation performance parameter at highest. But again, if your PDF will be having a complex structure and it is hard to analyze the system with the diversity analysis. Later in Simon Chauhan and et al. Has proposed approaches for the composite model, and that is well suited for the composite statics, where first you have to derive the origin PDF for the multipath and later on the averaging with this, and that is giving the highly simplified result in terms of origin PDF, and they can extensively be utilized for the other diversity analysis also. Now coming to the multiple shadowings, the same analysis will be further repeated, and we will get the origin PDF for the multiple. By seeing these results, we can say that we can directly predict the behavior of the system in terms of feeding parameters. Similarly, the values for origin PDF, the RDS value is given by this 2 to the power n minus 1 thing summation, and then the product of a delta to gamma to the power something is square root to the power 2 summation to the power error, and divided by gamma to summation is equal to 112. And similarly, the value of RD for selection combining is given by this. Now coming to the system performance matrix, as we have discussed two performance matrix, outest probability and the average signal probability. The outest probability is something that the received signal strength at the diversity component is below a certain threshold. And for evaluating this, we have to integrate the PDF from 0 to thresholds, a certain threshold that has been decided by the system designer. And the expression we can see that again, it is highly simple. We can just predict the behavior of the system with respect to the fitting parameters itself. And later the average signal probability. Now, what terminology makes to use this average symbol resolution? Why we are using this average symbol? As we know that the transmission of the digital data get penalized with the impediments of universal. So average symbol probability is the metric used to quantify the amount of probability of a signal getting error in a practical environment. To determine the statistics for this average symbol probability, the general methodology is you have to average your AWGN or Laplacian noise statistics over the fitting channel in terms of when you are considering the fitting behavior of system. So now coming to the coherence singular probability for AWGN statistics, the unified representation of coherence is given by the equation number 5, where the ER is the error function and the parameter equivalent is given in the table. Substituting these probability of error given for AWG given by 5 in the PDF expression and utilizing some sort of mathematical manipulation, we get the result of probability of error from coherent singular probability for AWG. And similarly, for coherent singular with AWG Laplacian noise, we can say that the probability of error, instantaneous probability of error is given by a plus b square root of gamma e to the power square root of gamma, and where these a and b, according to the different modulation scheme, will be carrying BPSK and QPSK singular probability. Now, again, putting those values of the function with respect to the table and using some mathematical manipulation, we could get the result of the coherent singular probability with the Laplacian noise as shown in the figure. Now, coming to the non-coherent singular probability, then the result is given by equation number 10. And from all these equations, we can see that these all equations are highly simple. They doesn't contain any mathematical complex functions. So we can directly predict the behavior of the system in terms of fitting parameters. Now, to validate the accuracy of these results, I have presented few results here. And in addition, I have also verified this result with the Monte Carlo simulation. For the Monte Carlo simulation, I have considered 10 to the power number 6 samples of the procedural component. In figure number 2, I have plotted the Olsen PDF and seen that as the parameter gamma bar is varying, there is a parallel shift in the Olsen PDF plot, and the range that it is conversing with the exact plot is has been increased from almost -5 dB to 150 dB in terms of 0 and 10 dB. Similarly, the outest probability plots from the diversity of LM2 with MRC has been plotted in figure number 3, and it has been seen that as we are increasing the threshold, there is a shift or there is an increment in the system performance has also been dramatically changes. Lower threshold, there is a significant improvement, but if we are increasing the threshold beyond certain limit, then that is going. Similarly, we have compared the EGC and selection combining on an average similar probability for MPSK, and it has been shown that as we are increasing the number of constellation sizes, then the system performance degrades because the equilibrium distance between the points has been decreased. So the probability of error has been increased. Now, coming to the conclusion section, we have in this work we have explored some of independent non-identical distribution, the scheduled component fitting channel parameters, and we can further utilize to access the system performance. performance. We have used both additive voice Gaussian noise and noise for calculating the accessible probability. The entire result statistics is valid for both integer and non-integer parameter, except the m1, which will have the value greater than 1. And all the results have been validated through simulations.
No se oye.
Vamos el audio, listo. Listo.
Good morning, I am Luis, and I will present your parameters in event-related potentials to detect minimal hepatic encephalopathy. The next one, please. Well, we are the authors of this work. The next. And the main objective was to analyze if there are characteristics of P300 wave with a statistical significant difference between 3 different groups. We had a control group with 40 control subjects, another group with 51 serotic patients, another with 20 serotic patients with minimal hepatic encephalopathy. This group will be called MHE. The next one, please. Well, first, let me talk about you the most principal concept of this work. First, we have cirrhosis, liver cirrhosis, that is a disease that occurs when the liver stops to work properly. And it's a consequence of the excessive alcohol consumption. When this occurs, toxins as ammonium can reach the brain and alter the cognitive functions, and developing hepatic encephalopathy. This is another condition that can lead to the death. And the good news is there is a previous condition to the hepatic encephalopathy, and it's called minimal hepatic encephalopathy, in which the condition can still be reversed. And the bad news is that the alterations that occurs in this other disease are very subtle, and for detect this infirmity, this disease, there are only paper and pencil test. The next one, please. On another hand, we have the event-related potentials are electric potentials produced by neurons, and as a consequence of a specific and expected event. The way to detect this kind of potentials is as electroencephalography studies with a cap with electrodes. And in the specific case of the P300 wave, we know that components about 300 milliseconds are associated with the cognitive functions of the subject, because the value of the amplitude is proportional with the level attention, and the latency is associated with the processing speed. The next one, please. And finally, we have your parameters as a quantifiers in the time domain of a signal that can reveal important frequency information. The most important of this is that the activity, the first your parameter, is proportional with the power of the signal in the frequency domain. The mobility is proportional with the frequency average, and the complexity is proportional with the number of frequency components in the signal. So that's please. The next one. Now, the study description, we had for each subject, we made two different electroencephalography studies. And the subject had a cap with electrodes and headphones, because they had to listen specific sounds. In the first study, we just have two different stimulus, two different sounds. The first calls to frequent stimulus and appears in the 90% of occasions, and the other is the target stimulus that appears only 10% of the appearance. In the second electroencephalography study, we had the same conditions, but additionally, we had a next distractor stimulus extra. The next one, please. Well, we had EHG studies as this, with a duration near to 10 minutes that were recorded in 20 electrodes. But we only work with the midline electrodes, FZ, CZ, and PZ. And the electrodes closest to the eyes, FP1 y FP2. The appearance of any stimulus was represented by vertical lines that can be blue if the stimulus was frequent, green if it was target, and orange if it was distractor. Next one, please. Well, the first step of signal processing was removal noise. We had that the acquisition device had a notch filter, so eliminated components near to 60 Hertz. So we just had to implement a digital filter to eliminate frequency components above 100 Hertz. Next one, please. The electroencephalography studies was contaminated by physiological artifacts. So principal blinks and eye movements. So we had to identify the moment of course these artifacts. We made it through amplitude threshold in the FP1 or FP2 electrodes to detect these specific moments. The next step was apply a technical's empirical mode discomposition in the 1000 milliseconds around each artifact. This technique basically break down the signal in their
Fíjate que ayer
oscillation modes.
encontré la
And
plática
finally, we just
de
remove the
Argelia,
components associated with
pero
the
ahorita ya no la
artifacts.
encuentro.
Next one, please. Well, we didn't have interest in all the
Está
information
desfasado al
of the
menos una plática nada más.
holography studies, so we had to split near to the segments that contain a specific stimulus. So we made epochs of 1,100 milliseconds around any stimulus. So for each object, for each subject, we had a tag of epochs frequency, another tag for target epochs. Next one, please. But we have to important fact is that normal activity encephalography is independent to this kind of potentials. So we have to implement another technique to separate it. So we have to get the average of all the epochs of all the for all the subjects on a same group. So for each group, we obtain signals like this. In the case of target stimulus, we can see that there are differences between the signal of the control group and the signals of the other groups. And if we remember, the components above 300 milliseconds are associated with the cognitive functionality of the subjects. Next one, please. Okay. So these are the results for a study of two stimuli. Next one, please. And for the study of three stimuli, we can see now the difference. And the next one, please. And this was useful to determine between 200 and 500 milliseconds. There are visually difference between all the signals of the groups. Next one, please. So, based on the above, the same characters were extracted in the average epochs, but just for only subject. If you remember, we did it first for all the subjects in the same group. Now it's just for a subject. And we obtain these characters in two different analysis windows. The first from 200 milliseconds until 500 milliseconds, and another from N200 until P300 components. These are the characters that we extract and analyze. Next, please. Well, after apply ANOVA analysis, we obtain that there are characters with a p-value less than level significance, and as you can see, can be different between control group and NH group, or control group and zerotic group, but only the complexity was able to difference all the combinations, all the possibility combination of the groups. Next one, please. For the three stimuli study was the same result, just the complexity was of the get a nice results. Next one, please. As you can see, the p-value was less than level significance in 3 electrodes. And finally, next one, please. We get this conclusion: empirical mode decomposition can be a powerful tool for correcting biosignals. In this case, we did it through a threshold, amplitude threshold. But if you use extra device to detect all the signal, all the biosignals, this can be better. And another parameters like P200 and P300, N200 and P300 latencies were useful to differentiate the control group from the case group, but not between the two. The complexity was the parameter that showed the greatest statistical significant difference between all the groups. And the limitation of this work are the fact the variables like education level or sex can act as confounding variables. And that's it.
There are any questions online?
So please, if someone has one question, you can contact us to talk about that. Okay. Our next talking is presented by Xavier Kumar, and he will talk about the V-bands.
Okay, we're ready. You can play your presentation. We can see the presentation, but we cannot hear.
From Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, Technical University, Lucknow. And my topic is the V-band SIW antenna for MM wave application. So here is the outline. First, we will see the introduction of millimeter wave technology. Then we will see the basic of SIW technology, the design of proposed antenna, results and conclusion. So if my frequency of application is in the range of kilohertz, then we can see the wavelength will be in the range of height of building. As we will further move in higher range of kilohertz, then the wavelength will be in the range of height of human body. Now in microwave range, the length of the wavelength will be in the range of centimeter, and then we will further go in gigahertz frequency, then the wavelength will be in millimeter wave. That's why all the devices that work in gigahertz frequency, we can say that we are using these devices for millimeter wave technology or millimeter wave application. The table is actually explain the frequency range of various bands of frequency. Like most of the today's technology are using L, S, and C band, and that is having a range of 1 gigahertz to 8 gigahertz. The X band is actually used for various defense purposes, and if we will move further, then in frequency band, KU band, K band, and K band, all these are high frequency bands, and these frequency bands can be used for satellite communication. All these bands are unlicensed band, so we can utilize the band easily. My antenna is operate in the range of this V band frequency. So I have given the name that V band SIW short antenna.
So now we will see what is the substrate integrated technology. So actually the substrate integrated technology or waveguide is a synthetic rectangular waveguide formed by arranging the metallic wires as a side wall which connect the upper and lower metal plate. So actually in classical rectangular waveguide, the side walls will be of copper plate, metal. So in SIW, substrate integrated waveguide technology, we will replace the metallic side wall by wire hole, and that will provide the better stability and good performance at high frequency basically. So this is the design rule that we should follow while making the SIW antenna. So the first is that the distance between two metallic wires should be greater than the diameter of metallic wires. And to avoid the band gap phenomena, the ratio of that the distance between two metallic wires and the wavelength should be in between 0.05 to 0.25. Similarly, to reduce radiation losses, the diameter of metallic wires should be less than the 1 by 5 times of wavelength, and the distance between two diameter should be less than distance between two metallic wires should be less than 2 times of diameter. Now there is an advantage of using SIW over a classical waveguide classical rectangular waveguide. So the first one is low loss, because we know that in rectangular waveguide the all side walls are metallic, so there will be a metallic loss. In SIW, actually we will remove all the side walls by metallic wires. So definitely we will remove the complete metal from the side walls, and due to that the metallic losses will be low. The next is high quality transmission line. Now in case of SIW, the wave that will move inside the waveguide die down more slowly as compared to classical waveguide, so that we can have a better propagation. Next is high power handling capability, easy fabrication process in a standard PCB, and easy integration to other circuits. In classical waveguide, there is a problem of impedance matching. But in case of SIW, we can overcome the impedance matching problem by tapering the input terminal. So we will discuss that one later on. Now there are some disadvantages of SIW, that is a leakage losses and dielectric losses. So that generally occur in waveguide well. So this is my proposed antenna. So as we can see that I have told that we will use this tapering profile. So we will etch all the copper from this upper plate of this waveguide, from this part and from this part, and simply we will provide a metallic tapering profile to this waveguide. And due to that, it will improve the impedance matching problem. And after that, the side walls will be replaced by metallic wires. And here we can see that we have cut 2 slots. So actually, in order to obtain the desired resonance frequency, the slots are introduced. And by designing theory, it is observed that if the length of slot is greater than the width of slot, that the resonance occur at lower frequency, and if the length of slot is less than the width of slot, then the resonance frequency will lie on higher side. So as we can see that in my design, in my antenna is working on 75 gigahertz. So because in my antenna this the length is small as compared to this width, so I am getting a resonance at higher side. Similarly, because I have cut two slot, so it will work in a two frequency. That's why I can call this SIW dual band antenna as well. So this is my result that I have received, that at 75 gigahertz, I am getting the reflection coefficient is 19.48 dB with the radiation efficiency of 91%. That is very good. And the bandwidth of antenna is around 15 gigahertz, as we can see in the diagram. Now, introduction of slot basically reduces the reflection coefficient, and if we will move further, because the V band frequency band is in between 40 to 75 gigahertz, so I have not shown graph beyond 90 gigahertz, but because of we can see, because there is a two slots, so definitely we are getting we can say that another band of frequency, but it is beyond 90 gigahertz, so I have not shown that here. So directivity of, so this is the directivity, so actually the maximum directivity of proposed antenna is 16.62. Thank you.
Today I tell you this next optical mode of performance of microcavity pulse. This is the outdoors and I am moving. Okay. Then we did the following. I talk about the crystal photonics, photonic microcavity, and some conclusion in this work. Okay, the first part, the photonic crystal. Next, please. Okay, this picture shows a simple example for photonic crystals. The main feature of photonic crystal is the principal characteristic of the electric material. This characteristic is along the periodicity of one dimension, two dimension, and three dimension. Some structures are very complex and the three dimension, but this work about this photonic in this set. The next. Okay, we are considered microcavity formed of two of silicon poros. Silicon poros of 1D photonic crystals in this picture show. The photonic crystal is conformed by 15 periods. The line red is electric field in the structure. And then the electric and magnetic fields can be expressed by the equation number 1 and show the structure. The force expressed of the force of the electromagnetic radiation in photonic crystal is given by, or the more simple is when I use the Lorentz force method. In this case, we take a time average of this force, and we obtain by this equation with the electric and magnetic fields, and the components of this force is transverse component, the equation number 3, and longitudinals is the equation number 4. Okay, the expression, the force, total force in this structure is given by the equation number 5. This is making some algebraic tasks to giving this equation. Okay. The second part, the photonic microcavity. Okay. This picture shows the diameter and spectrum of microcavity of the in this part. This is the graph. The wavelengths below the gap is for absorption, and mainly that wavelengths of above this gap is the Rayleigh scattering. Okay. This spectrum, the line yellow is obtained by using the transfer matrix method. If the line blue is obtained in the experimental. Okay. This is the principal characteristics for calculation the force in the crystal. Okay, the experimental setting. In this picture, we observed the vibrometer laser is the principal. Okay, is the principal. We are observing the microcavity, the spot laser, mechanical chopper, computer, and vibrometer laser. This arrangement is we can observe the oscillator or the microcavity structure, and the computer requires observe oscillation. Okay. In this picture, A and B, and A show the velocity density series obtained by the experimental, and picture B is the power density of velocity density series. This is results of the vibrometer laser. Mainly, this is picture B and C is obtained by software Mathematica, and in this part is heavily that. Okay. We can observe in this part the photonic crystal vibrates at 45 hertz and show the harmonics in this part. The next one, please. Okay. The same form we observe now the oscillation is now in 75 hertz. Mainly, this is the result of experimental results, and this is the theoretical result. Okay. The next. Some conclusion this work. Well, in this work, we use light to induce the electromagnetic force in a photonic crystal structure, using the extended photonic mode. This is the picture of the spectral mode. In the future, we will explore using Evanescence photonic modes to create kind of force, and the new materials is, well, some simple sometimes.
Which are the application of these photonic crystals?
Okay. The principal the application is biosensors and research. I think so. This work is velero solar. Bueno, la aplicación más simple puede ser en un velero solar. Como ya vimos al principio, prácticamente tú puedes ponerlo como si fuera una vela, pero en el espacio. Eso podría ser una aplicación muy buena.
Okay, entonces, ¿tendría aplicación en el área aeroespacial?
Sí.
Eso
es lo principal. Lo que busco es prácticamente encontrar esa aplicación. Pero, bueno, el detalle está en generar la estructura lo más fuerte.
Entonces, tú estás trabajando como tal el material.
Okay.
So, thank you very much for your presentation. Okay, our final presentation will be presented by Maria Jimenez Vivanco, and she will talk about optical and structural study of a Fibonacci structure manufactured by porous silicon and porous
Hello everyone, my name is Rayo. This is the name of my topic. I will mention the professors. The next slide, please. The table of contents of my work is based in introduction, silicon dioxide or silicons, theoretical model results in discussion, conclusion, and acknowledgement. Next slide. An important answer that you have to know is what is the Fibonacci structures. It is a periodic, quasi-periodic structure that can control the flow of the light. In the figure 1, you can see the schematic illustration of the Fibonacci structure. In this case, this structure has two different modes between two broad reflectors. In the figure 1b, you can see the reflectance spectra of Fibonacci structure. In this case, the Fibonacci structure is made of a quasi-periodic structure between two broad reflectors. The order of the quasi-periodic structure in this case is 4, and the period of the broad reflector is 4. If you change the order of the Fibonacci structure, you can manipulate the banked photonid. In this case, if you decrease the order or the Fibonacci structure, you can change or you can increase the banked photonid. In other case, if you, I'm sorry, in this case, if you decrease the order of the Fibonacci. In other case, if you increase the order of the Fibonacci, you can decrease the banked photonid. The next slide. How we obtain these structures? Pure silicon multi-layers or Fibonacci structure is obtained using a PC control that controls the current power source. The current power source delivers two kinds of density currents to a Teflon cell. The Teflon cell has electrolyte based in HF standard. We use electrode that is called cathode and anode. The next slide, please. After we obtain the pure silicon multi-layers or Fibonacci structure is subjected to stage ultra-oxidation. The first is to low temperature as 350 degrees for 3 minutes, and the second is high temperature at 900 degrees for 15 minutes. In the figure 3, you can see the muffler furnace used to carry out the dry oxidation of the periodic, quasi-periodic structure. The next slide, please. To obtain the refractive index of porosilicon and porosilicon dioxide, we use the Maxwell-Wagner equation. It is expressed on the equation 1. In this case, we taking account the refractive index of silicon and refractive index of the earth. Here, P represents the porosity. For obtaining the refractive index of silicon dioxide, we use the E-Lugo model. It was written at question 2. Here, we take into account the refractive index of silicon, refractive index of air, refractive index of silicon dioxide. Any question that you have about this equation, please answer to Lugo, please. In the figure 4a, you can see the pure silicon layers. In this case, this is the silicon material, and this is the air that represents the porosity. After dry oxidation, part of the air is occupied by silicon dioxide, and part of the silicon is consumed by silicon dioxide. The next slide, please. We use the transfer matrix method for calculate of reflection in Fibonacci structure of porosilicon and porosilicon dioxide. The transfer matrix is well known. It can be resolved for n number of layers. It can be written with equation 6, where N11, L12, N21, N22 are matrix elements. They are fundamental to describe how electromagnetic radiation propagates along a period medium. The next slide, please. Finally, we arrive in the resolving discussions. In the figure 5, you can see the theoretical and experimental reflectance spectrum on oxidized Fibonacci structures. In this case, this Fibonacci structure was designed to have two localized modes, one of them in 550 nanometers, and the second in 594 nanometers. The structure is based in a quasi-periodic structure of order 4 between two blood reflectors. The blood reflectors have 6 periods. After, we suggest this Fibonacci structure to two-stage dry oxidation, and finally we obtain the figure 5b, where you can observe a sheet of both localized mode. So now we have porous silicon dioxide structure. In this case, we have localized modes in the UV range and other localized modes in the blue range. The next slide, please. Here, you can see the parameters of the Fibonacci structures. We use for the designs of the Fibonacci structures those kinds of porosity. Low porosity and high porosity. In this case, for the unoxidized Fibonacci filters, we have a low porosity with values of 5.3 and the other 7.6. The silicon fraction that corresponds to this Fibonacci structure is 4.7 and 2.3. The refractive index, in this case, we calculate using the Maxwell-Gardner equation. This is the value for the refractive index. And also we obtain the thickness when CM. After dry oxidation, the low and high porosity were decreased. And now we have a value of low porosity of 16% and a high porosity with a value of 5.3%. In this case, the silicon fraction is 0, and the oxidized fraction is 9.4 and 4.7. Also, we obtain the refractive index of 3 millions, taking upon silicon or silicon dioxide using the Lugo equations. In this case, you can see that the refractive index decrease, and also the station coefficient decrease. Also, we obtain the thickness using SEM. The next slide, please. Now, in the figure C, you can see the cross-section CEM imaging of Fibonacci structure on oxidized and oxidized with interior layers on silicon wafer type B. The figure 6A is the cross-section CEM imaging of oxidized Fibonacci structures. And the figure 6B is the CEM imaging of the cross-section oxidized Fibonacci structure of 3 layers. Here, we have two defect modes between two Bragg reflectors. This is the first Bragg reflector, and this is the second Bragg reflectors. After dry oxidation, the number of layers is remaining. The next, please. Now, we also obtain the CEM view imaging. Okay, depicting the morphology of Fibonacci structure on oxidized and oxidized. The figure 7A is the ECM top view imaging displaying the morphology on oxidized Fibonacci structure, where the pore diameter is 18 nanometers. In the figure 7B is the top view CEM imaging depicting the morphology on oxidized Fibonacci structure with a pore diameter about 30 nanometers. In this case, you can see the after dry oxidation. This is the oxidized sample. The morphology is remaining. The next, please. In conclusion, we have exposed a simple model to create porous silicon dioxide Fibonacci structure when operation runs in the UV and blue, where especially porous silicon structure cannot be obtained due to high absorption that depends on the station coefficient. 2 silicon in air and 3 medium silicon air and silicon dioxide were taking account to obtain the theoretical reflectance spectrum, where where theoretical and experimental results match very well. Fibonacci structure can be used to sense chemical substances such as ethanol, formaldehyde, wines, among others. As you can see, Fibonacci structure has two different modes that can be used to sense two types of chemical substance. Shifting the position of all localized modes to short or long wavelength range. Thanks to dry oxidation, the two defect modes were shifted to lower wavelength. So we report a pore diameter after dry oxidation with a value of 13 nanometers, where Fibonacci structure still remain porous. Additionally, this type of structure can be used as optical sensor, adding different photoluminescence nanoparticles inside the pores as TNO or TiO2, which can be used to change its optical response. This is the first time that a Fibonacci structure working in the UV blue. The next, please. I want to give thank you to CONACYT for the postdoctoral scholarship that made possible this research, to my colleagues Eduardo Lugo, Raúl Herrera, and Miller Toledo. Also, I want to give thank you to Cristina Zorrilla, Roberto Hernández, Diego Quintero, by their technical assistance. It's all. Do you have any question?
Do we have questions online? We have time for one question.
One question here. What do you mean with quasi-periodic? I mean, I know periodic, I know what is a quasi-crystal, but I don't know what is quasi-periodic. Could you explain that, please?
Periodic. Is periodic because it's repeated. Quasi-periodic is the quasi-periodic follow the sequence Fibonacci sequence. In this case, we'll give you a simple example. I don't know if you have. We have, for example, F1 when a value of 0 of 1, or F2 when a value of 2. If you follow the Fibonacci sequence, the followed value of F3 is 1 plus 2. The volume value is for F4, 3 plus 2, 5. Okay. The human body also follow the Fibonacci sequence because all people have 2 hands, and each hand we have 5 fingers. And each finger is divided in 3 parts, and each finger we have 2 knuckles.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We will have a 15 minutes break for coffee.
Lopez. He will talk about the monitoring system for the warning possible risks to spread of COVID-19 in plastic.
Hi, good morning. Thanks for our invitation. I'm very happy to be here. It's very important for me share the knowledge and methods and trends to solve health problems. In this context, today I'm going to talk about an important and current topic, COVID-19, also known as SARS-CoV-2 or coronavirus. The break name is CO2 monitoring system to warn of possible risk of spread of COVID-19 in classrooms. The next slide, please. Okay, the introduction of the sudden and widespread impact of the COVID-19 pandemic has affected the essential and face-to-face activities of your daily life for almost 3 years. For example, industry and tourist and sectors were affected. For this reason, protection and hygiene measures are necessary. In addition to rigorous planning to minimize the risk of contagion. For this reason, the use of EIQ tools can help to minimize the levels of CO2. It's very, very important. Next slide, please. But what is EIQ monitoring? We show the examples or the EIQ tools, for example, monitoring, medication, disinfecting interpretation. And this is important to minimize the levels of CO2. Despite the existence of a new variants of the virus, according to current evidence, COVID-19 is primarily transmitted between people through respiratory droplets and contact routes. And the World Health Organization mentioned the main form of the contagion of COVID-19 is the droplets. The inoculation of the droplets in the respiratory system for through the sneezing, the flu, coughing. This is the reason for the main reason for the contagion. The next slide. And the EIQ monitoring is important for this reason. CO2 monitoring is an established way of assessing whether ventilation is sufficient for the number of people occupying an enclosed space. The range of the CO2 is 300, 400 ppm outdoors, but indoors in the space closed, the level of CO2 greater than 1000 ppm is a risk of contagion, and this measure is very, very important for this project. The next slides, please. And the purpose of the project is developed to monitor the concentration of CO2 in an enclosed space and to issue audible alarms when the parameters established at the risk of spreading COVID-19 are exceeded. At the same time, as a device is activated which attenuates the levels of CO2 in the environment and thus effectively reduce the level of risk. And the main connection of the embedded system is in the cloud. And we show the embedded system, the hardware, and the architecture of the embedded system. We show the device, the system, for example, the sensor, and the core of the system, and trying to attenuate the levels of the CO2. And this figure show the hardware of the system, and the core, the sensor, the displays, and LEDs, like traffic lights. The embedded system is made up of 5 fundamental blocks: CO2 sensor, zone notification. The SAC is the core of the embedded system. We can find the firmware, the indicator, and the sign. This stage is the power of the fan. The next slide, please. It's important to mention the protocol of the embedded system is the MQTT, the messaging and data exchange protocol of the IoT. Basically, the architecture of the MQTT is we have the sensor publish the data information, and the MQTT broker is subscribe or publish and the different clients. We have 2 different clients. For example, a computer or a smartphones. And we can find the data of the information in a dashboard. The dashboard, we show the data of the sensor. What's important of the internet, the connection of the internet. Next slide, please. Okay, the perception, storage, and visualization of the data update. The software is XPeak, is an IoT analytics platform service that allows you to aggregate, visualize, and analyze live data streams in the cloud. And this is an example of the software. We can find 4 fields. In the first fields, we can find the measure of the CO2, the levels of the CO2 in ppm, the time and ppm of CO2. And the second field show the last data, and final field, we can find the localization of the embedded system. It will be possible to download the different measures performed in a file with the following exception: JSON, XML, and CSV. And this is important to the next step to the project is analysis of that. And the test and results of the embedded system to confirm the correct operation of the system. The following tests were performed in 6 meter by 4 meter by 2.5 meter classroom, and we have 3 points, 3 different points: classroom with open doors and windows, excellent air ventilation, and no occupants. And the second point is classroom with closed doors and windows, significantly poor ventilation and 5 occupants. And finally, classroom with open doors and windows, 5 good ventilation and 5 occupants. We show the results and test. The graphs of the CO2 ppm show the behavior of the CO2, and the good air quality. It's a zone, and next zone is the risk area air quality. And the activation of the fan is very important to decrement the ppm of CO2. And this is important to decrement the levels of risk, the COVID-19. And show the reduction of the CO2 levels in the classroom, but the fan is not activated. And
a slow minimization of CO2 levels is observed. Below is a second test with a similar condition, but with ventilator activation when a CO2 level higher than 1000 ppm is monitored, which is considered a risk level for COVID-19 infection. The importance of the ventilation indoor and space clothes is very important, and significant decrease in CO2 levels is observed in the figure with the fan ventilation of the system that contains the fan. The ppm is abruptly reduced in a shorter period than in the system without the fan activation. When CO2 measures are obtained, the levels hazard higher than 1000 ppm, it's necessary measure will have to be taken to reduce CO2 levels. It's important to mention that the embedded system contains the audio notification. The embedded system is necessary the connection to cloud, but the embedded system has notification. It's not necessary the connection. The notification, we have two notification. CO2 is higher than 500 ppm, and low equal than 1000 ppm. The next notification is caution. Air quality becomes critical for the safety of the participant. Remember to ventilate the room and minimize the number of occupants. And the next point, CO2 higher than 1000 ppm is warning. The environment is not ideal for coexistence. Monoxide exceeds the risk levels. Please evacuate and ventilate the area. Thanks. Next slide. And this is the hardware. They implement prototype, find the embedded hardware, the connection, and the speakers. Next slide, please. From the graph observed in figures, the values can be obtained by the sensors, and analysis of this data can be carried out. This information is presented in tables with the extension to .csv format. Okay, conclusion. Finally, it's essential to mention that the embedded system seeks to be an auxiliary tool to warn about COVID-19 risk condition. It's important to mention CO2 is not directly a tool to have a certainty of contagion. It could help you to take necessary measures on air quality. Future work, I will be possible to make prediction of contagion with the data of time through an artificial intelligence system based on the areas of the classroom, the number of occupants, and the hours of excellent attendance in place. This important application of the new tendencies, the new technology tendencies, for example, artificial intelligence, to predict the behavior of the CO2 ppm and reduce the level risk of the COVID-19 or other virus. It's important at this point because the transmission, the contagion of COVID-19 is through the air. Thanks. And any question in English or Spanish? Yes.
Do we have questions online?
Are those more than 1,000 ppm, etc., based on the standard, the national standard?
Yes.
World Organization mentioned that is a measure that this level of the risk.
Okay, and what other gases or contaminants can we measure in order to be certain of the possibility of the contagion?
The CO2 is not directly formed to evaluate the level of risk, but is actually a tool. The ERQ, the tools, the ERQ quality is a great form to in general analyze the quality of air, and this is the form to estimate the level of this level of measures.
Thank you very much. Our time is finished. Thank you very much for the presentation. Next talking will be presented by Carmona, sorry. The name of the name of the presentation is synthesis and characterization of cold shell nanocomposites films.
Thank you, everyone. Hi.
Just 1 second. Sí, Abraham Carmona, aquí está. Sí.
Me equivoqué. Thank you, everyone. Okay. I'm going to talk. This topic is part of all the work we have done in this project, and it's very important because there's a very simple way to get this kind of structure. And we're going to start the topic with, I can change. The
1
slide,
second,
please.
This online is not presenting. Okay, there is.
Okay.
Okay, we're ready.
Next, please. Okay, our talk is going to be structured by the next sections. We're going to start with a little introduction, the experimental part, some of the techniques of characterization, please, the results and discussions, and finally some conclusions. Well, here we can observe a typical core shell structure. This is typical core shell structure, but is more specific for biomedical applications. In this kind of structure, we can use it for several applications like receptor or ligand interactions, drug delivery, some radioinductance. And it's important to know that we can choose what kind of nanocore wire we use it, and the shell is also important for this kind of application. In the case of our work, we're going to use a nanocore from magnetite, that is iron dioxide, and we're going to use a shell from silicon dioxide too. It's important because the nanoparticles are quite important in this moment because there are several applications like the electric applications, the magnetic, and this biocompatibility with the human body. Okay, next please. Okay, we're gonna do the experimental part. Please, next. Okay, I got to tell you how we created the nanoparticles, and we want to use the procedure developed by Hairani. This procedure was quite simple. We want to use 2 salts from iron, that is ferric and ferrous salts. We're going to use sodium hydroxide, and we're going to use an atmosphere from nitrogen. we're gonna dissolve these salts into the water. This water is gonna have is the ionized, the oxygenate, because we don't wanna change the structure from the nanoparticles. Then we're gonna keep this system to 30 degrees, and after our time, we're gonna reach the temperature to 70 degrees, and we're gonna keep the system more or less 5 hours at that temperature. Later, we're gonna separate the colloids from a permanent magnet, and we're gonna wash the nanoparticles several times. And finally, we're gonna dry it in an oven, and we're gonna keep it under nitrogen atmosphere too. The next, please. For the shell structure, we're gonna use the method of the store modified. This method consists in 2 solutions. In the first solution, we're gonna use ammonium hydroxide. We're gonna use an amount of nanoparticles, and we're gonna use water. In the second solution, we're gonna use the silicon precursor, that is tails, and we're gonna use ethanol. Next, we're gonna mix these 2 solutions into the final solution, and where the reaction became, and there we're gonna stay for 2 hours at room temperature. Finally, we're gonna wash all the structure that we obtained several times, like the nanoparticles, and we're gonna keep it in a new solvent. The next, please. Okay, and finally, we're gonna synthesize the films from these core shell structures. In the first part, we're gonna prepare the substrates using like piranha solution that has these 2 compounds, and it's gonna be really useful because we're gonna create an hydrophilic surface where the shell is gonna get trapped. And later we're gonna prepare a solution with some amount of the colloidal suspension. And finally, we're gonna introduce all our system into the oven. And in this oven, we're gonna take a temperature of 80 degrees for 8 hours for evaporate all the solvent. And we wanna keep only the film. Next, please. Okay, let's pass to the characterization techniques. Okay, for this characterization techniques, we wanna use the next equipment. This is for 2 reasons, because we wanna know the structural of the material, and we wanna know the chemical behavior. Next, please. Okay, let's pass to the rest of the discussion. Okay, in this part, I show you the micrographs from the nanoparticles and the film of the core shell structure. In this part, we can observe how the core shells get a semi-spherical structure and get all on the surface of the substrate. And we have more or less a size from 190 nanometers. In the case of the nanoparticles, the size is more or less 11.5 nanometers. And we can observe here that the nanoparticles get, without the shell, they get, they set all, forming some clusters, and these clusters, with these clusters, we lost all the characteristics that we need to this nanoparticles. So we can observe how the shell is better than we have only the nanoparticles alone. Okay, in this part, we can observe some of the XRD diffractogram. We can observe in the part from the silicon dioxide that is not appears some peak that correspond to the crystalline phase. We can only observe this very, very big peak that is corresponding to the amorphous phase from the shell. In the next diffractogram, we can observe several peaks, this corresponding to the nanoparticles. And we can observe that these peaks matches with the curve corresponding to the magneticity. And we can observe from these peaks we can calculate the size of the nanoparticles, and it is more or less 11 nanometers. That is the same value that we obtained from the atomic form microscope, and we use the formula from the Berger. Finally, I show you the core shell structure. We can observe that we have the same behavior of the amorphous phase, that is from the shell in the structure, and we can observe how the peaks from the magnetite nanoparticles is observed here too, and it's in the same position. So we don't lose the chemical state from these nanoparticles. The next, please. Okay. In the case from micro-Raman and infrared spectra, something similar occurs. We can observe here the part from the silicon shell. We can observe 4 peaks. These peaks correspond to the silicon, oxide silicon bonds. And we can observe in the nanoparticles that we only have 3 peaks. These peaks corresponding to the iron oxygen bond, and in different ways to move the molecules. And finally, the core shell structure is quite similar to the silicon dioxide structure, but we can observe how these peaks change his position in comparison with the silicon dioxide alone, and start to appear a new peak corresponding to the silicon iron oxygen bond. In the case of the infrared spectra, is quite similar. These two are very, very similar, and some of these peaks overlapped with the silicon bond. The next, please. Finally, I showed you the optical absorption. Here we're going to use this formula, and we're going to make a graph with versus the energy of the photon. Here is important because we can observe how the nanoparticles have an energy gap very, very, very next to the ultraviolet spectrum, and the silicon dioxide are quite far from here. Is more like 4 electron volts, and the use of these two materials in the core shell structure make a blue shift from this gap, and this gap is more close to the visible region than if we transform this value to wavelength. We're gonna have a value of 560 nanometers that is in the visible range. The next, please. Here a little conclusion of this work. Okay, the core shell nanostructures from its great potential in biomedical applications. These nanostructures demonstrate considerable advantage compared to typical supermagnetic nanoparticles. However, much work remains to be done in this area, such as improving magnetic structure and understanding the interaction between the biological system and these nanoarchitectures. Therefore, it's expected that this theme will continue to address by several authors over the time, possibly leading the development of new diagnostic and therapeutic techniques that can improve the life quality of the patient. Here, next, please. A little reference of this work, and we are done. And next, this is a little picture of the crew in the lab that we all work together. Thank you for your attention.
Are questions online? No.
Could you tell us one example of this biological application?
Okay, we can pass to the first. To the same picture is more or less. On the mouth, experimental part. Okay, here the next. If we introduce this kind of nanoparticles into the human body, these clusters could be a bad. It's not good for the behavior of the nanoparticulates because you gonna lose. How do you say? Okay, I'm gonna use the board. The nanoparticulates has several bonds over his surface that interact with other molecules into the human body. If we let these molecules interact with another, we're gonna lose this active place over the surface of the nanoparticles. So this is the reason why the shell is important, because the particulate is inside of the shell, and this particulate doesn't interact with another in other shell, and we can have these active places over the surface until this structure arrives to the section of the body that we want to applicate it.
Okay, thank you very much. No, okay, we will continue with the next one.
Thank you.
Next presentation will be presented by Ruti Prajan Wing. I hope my pronunciation is not too wrong. And the name of this talking is a review of privacy preservation in cloud computing and recent trends.
Okay, we can see you, and please try to speak.
Good morning, everyone.
Okay.
Today
One minute.
I'm going to discuss a topic that is known as
Ready.
we are going to discuss a topic that is known as a review on privacy preservation in cloud computing and its recent trends. So, cloud computing is basically a distributed computing architecture model which offers on-demand computing services through internet. So it includes the servers, computing resources, applications, and data storage and development tools. However, despite of the services offered by the cloud computing, there are some security and privacy issues, primarily which are the hindrances for opting cloud computing for different organizations. So the benefit of cloud computing can be enjoyed only if the security and of the sensitive data can be addressed. So privacy preservation is nothing but it is hiding the sensitive data. So basically, here we are going to discuss the different techniques available in privacy preservation in the cloud computing platform, and what are the different techniques present, and what the future scope of this privacy preservation technique, and different schemes for development of combining different techniques. So these are the outline of our presentation, and we have the introduction, privacy preservation, animation-based technique, and privacy different attacks, and problems with what is the problem with animation technique, and the implementation of this technique with the help of your Python. Then the different techniques coming under this privacy preservation, and the implementation by using CPAB toolkit and the simulation. And finally, we're going to the recent trends in privacy preservation and the conclusion and future work. So, cloud computing can be defined as the utility computing by which the utility of IT infrastructure increases, where the user can access different applications on the go using multiple devices from different locations. So the challenge is to preserve this sensitive data of user to maintain the confidentiality of user while considering the outsourcing data over the cloud or internet. So security and privacy can be defined in terms of your data integrity, data confidentiality, data availability, and data privacy. So here the data privacy is the add-on feature in case of your considering the privacy preservation in case of your cloud computing. So privacy preservation can be basically categorized into the following algorithms, that is data anonymation based algorithms, access control based algorithms, and encryption based algorithms. So first we'll discuss the anonymation based techniques. So here the original data is basically converted into some other form, and only those data are shared with the public. So a dataset contains different attributes, and they can be divided into the categories like explicit attributes, sensitive attributes, and non-sensitive attributes. So explicit attribute does not take part in enumeration process. Only the sensitive attributes take part in enumeration process. So we can define the quasi-identifiers are the non-sensitive attributes that can disclose the privacy if it is linked to some other external data sources. So we can define quasi-identifiers as those attributes which can indirectly link the privacy of the user. So the challenge is to transform these quasi-identifiers values into to hide sensitive information. So we have different techniques. So one of the technique is known as generalization technique, and another one is a distillation technique. So to anonymize the categorical attribute like your sex, education, so we use basically the generalization technique, and to anonymize the numerical attributes like zip code, age, we are using the distillation technique. So we may have different attacks on our shared data, and it may be categorized into linkage attack, table linkage attack, attribute linkage attack, and probabilistic attack. So it is performed by published record with background knowledge by processed by the adversary. So for preventing this, we are using the K-anonymity method. Again, we have attribute linkage method. So this is linked with the sensitive attribute. To prevent this, we are using the L-diversity privacy principle as proposed. Basically, here we have taken the example of one patient health record, where we are using the L-diversity principle to hospital patient record, and we have used generalization technique to hide the sensitive record. So here you can see the zip code is generalized in terms of the asterisk symbols. And whenever we try to fetch the data, like any sex and education, so we will at any time I will receive get two records as an output. So here by this way the adversary will be confused since we are getting more than one data. So it is a two diverse release of the table. Similarly, there are some problems with this anonymization technique. That is, anonymization introduces privacy but reduces the data integrity. Hence, we should not only prefer that anonymization which provides more privacy at less cost of data integrity. One of the solutions to this is the hack model, which uses the homographic encryption along with the K-anonymity. So we have the quasi-identifier index-pet model. So you can see the Python-based implementation of this algorithm. Here we have seen the student record for anonymization, and the student record we can anonymize by the help of your different anonymization technique like perturbation, email masking, and we are using the column eraser method where we are ignoring total column. So these techniques are implemented by the help of your anonymized tool of Python, and that can be implemented by the pandas library. And here the output comes like this. So you can see that here we have the table data, and the conversion of corresponding. Suppose the web is converted to the something code like this, and the email is converted into some asterisk format, and the name is been changed, and the domain names are added in the column. So now we can combine different techniques, and the techniques combination of different techniques, that is we can add encryption method with the data encryption method with different RSA algorithms, and we can combine the annotation method with the data mining method and fragmentation encryption method. So different approaches will give you more probability. The result will be more fruitful where data utility can be achieved. So in attribute-based improved model, we have we can divide this attribute-based model into two types. One is your key-based policy-based attribute-based inclusion model and hypertext policy-based attribute inclusion model. So here, basically, we have implemented the CPAB tool here, and let us consider one example where the student result has to be published for one department in one institute, and the student must belong to mathematics department having course MSc or PhD. So for the access policy for that can be defined in terms of this mathematics and the student, and it must belong to MSc or PhD department. This is the access policy structure. And the CPAB toolkit has the following set of following phases. One is the CPAB setup phase, another one is the CPAB key generation phase, and one CPAB encryption phase, and CPAB decryption phase. So next is the simulation output. Next comes the technique where we can combine more than one methods like data annotation, data fragmentation, and data mining. So to develop privacy preservation technique which can address the problem associated with the single privacy preservation technique. This is the comparison of different privacy preservation technique. So the recent trends in privacy preservation shows that the hybrid approach is more gaining popular day by day, and we can combine more than one technique like encryption and anonymization, data fragmentation to achieve our result. So cloud computing is gaining popularity day by day, and the data is available to the user on the go anywhere in the world. So that is why the cloud computing is very much popular to us. However, when data is also to a cloud, it generates the risk of data breach. So we have implemented here different privacy preservation algorithms are proposed, and the algorithms can be classified into different techniques depending upon the algorithm used. So the future research will be to find methods which is more feasible in terms of your privacy preservation and data utility in cloud computing environment. So these are the references. Thank you.
Next presentation, 1103. Please put your presentation. Please, work 1103, present your talk.
Okay, so good morning, sir. Can you, sir, access my video, sir?
Okay, we can hear you. We cannot see your presentation.
Okay.
Now we can see you.
Yes.
Yes, we can see your presentation now.
Okay, so good morning all. My name is Narottam Sahu, PhD scholar, School of Computer Engineering, KIT University. I am going to present the paper and adaptive replacement strategy LWIRR for shared last level cache L3 in multi-core processor. So multi-core processor multi-core processors from different processor design companies such as Intel, AMD, introduced shared cache memory architectures to improve the performance and better resource utilizations. Most of the modern processors from Intel and AMD processor use traditional replacement techniques such as LRU, that means least recently used, pseudo LRU, for the eviction of the cache line from the low-level shared L3 cache. The shared last level cache L3 vary in cache capacity associativity for state-of-art processor, and it is required to use an adaptive dynamic replacement technique for better utilizations of shared cache memory, as the old replacement technique lead to poor performance at the pattern. In these manuscripts, we have proposed a state-of-art replacement strategy, LWIRR, by using the excess pattern of memory workload from different complex applications from CPU 2017 and CPU 2006 benchmark, and simulated with our developed trace-driven multi-core simulator with number of memory address stress for shared L3 cache configurations. We reveal that our proposed replacement algorithm outperforms LRU and found that the LWIRR shows better performance in terms of cache hit, instructions per cycle, and executions time. So these are the outline for me. So first one, multi-core processor with last level shared L3 cache, then different replacement technique in shared last level cache L3, then proposed algorithm LWIRR for replacement from L3 cache, simulation and testing environment, performance analysis and hit rate and execution time, conclusions and references. So as you know that the multi-core processor in the memory hierarchy, so the first one is L1, L2, L3, and then the last one is main memory, or this is the RAM. So a CPU cache is smaller, faster memory used by the central processing unit for the computer to reduce the average time to access memory. L1, L2, L3 caches are some specialized memory which work hand in hand to improve computer performance. So L3 cache, a memory bank built onto the motherboard or within the CPU module. The L3 cache feeds the L2 cache, and its memory is typically slower than the L2 memory but faster than the main memory. The L3 cache feeds the L2 cache, which feeds the L1 cache. Then the last one feeds the processor. So last level cache, we can say that LLC in a high level cache memory, the shared by all core in a multi-core chip to improve the overall efficiency of modern multi-core processors. So here we have taken some idea in the literature review. These are some papers, the Jing as Zhang's and efficient slow inter reference recency set. We have taken that idea. The another one is Chaudhary M. Here pseudo LIFO technique. Here also we have taken some idea. The another one is Shukla and Chaudhary. Here we have taken the directory, TINI directory idea. The next one is Narbo Torres and Asteroid Bench. Here we have taken the memory hierarchy characterizations. So these are the some papers. So next, this main work is the proposed work. So in the proposed work, we are aimed to propose an adaptive dynamic cache replacement algorithm. This is our proposed algorithm, then a new algorithm, LWIRR. This is stands for low weight inter-reference recency. That set a weight for each of the cache block based on their inter-reference frequency and recency value during the time of replacement from shared last level cache L3. LWIRR in L3 cache show better performance assessment compared to LRU. LRU means this is the traditional strategy with different benchmark trace from spec. So CPU latency need to reduce that. Why our techniques LWIRR also considered the inter-reference recency and perform the partitioning of the cache block to dynamically adjust the size of high priority segments. So here we are also in the low priority segment also. This is dependent on the weight. So weight with the small value will be placed in low priority segment and the corresponding cache line is to be evicted. So these are the architectures of our memory hierarchy. So this is the architecture of one core. So here you can say that, so there the L1, L2 and L3 case, but L1 and L2 is the private case and these are the inclusive, but L3 is the exclusive. So in that diagram, this is the clearly visible, the L1 and L2 case use the replacement technique of LRU. This is the traditional technique, but in L3 case, when the evictions will be needed, that will be used the replacement technique LWIR. So these are our architectures of the memory level, the L1, L2, and L3. So L3 is our last level case, and here we propose the algorithm LWIRR, our new algorithm. So this is the algorithm. So in the algorithm, the step 1 is processor generate the logical address of translated into physical address, which is 32-bit. Again, the 32-bit is the partition of the segment, the 3 segment. First one is your tag bit, set bit, and the offset bit. And then when the CPU sent a request to search a word, in that algorithm, first search in the L1, if L1 is available, the word that will be hit, and otherwise that will be missed. Again, if it will be missed, it will go to the L2 case, then L2 case, it will be available, that is hit, or otherwise it missed. So in that way, the L1, L2, and L3, the particular request will be searched. But here you can see that here we are maintaining a 3 functions. In that functions, we have maintained the 3 counter. This is known as the buffer counter. So buffer counter for L1, buffer counter for L2, buffer counter for L3. And in that functions, we maintain the 3 parameters. The parameter is the recency, frequency, and the inter-reference recency. So when the message will be occur in the L3 case, the step 5 will be occur. So in the step 5 will be occur, then for the selection of the cache line of eviction in L3, it will be called the LWIRR. This is our the proposed algorithm. And when the L1 will be misses, then here the traditional LRU technique will be used, the call LRU. And when L2 will be misses, any word misses in the L2, that will be the coherent L1, L2. And this is because this is maintain the coherence, because this is the L1 and L2 is the inclusive, but L3 is the exclusive. Then again, our counter will be updated. So this is the updated buffer for counter L1, updated buffer for counter L2, and updated buffer counter L3. Here the 3 parameter again, we have put the new value, recency, frequency, and inter-reference recency. So this is our algorithm of LWIR. Then we have taken the environment, or set the environment for simulation and testing. So here send the values, the processor, L1 cache, L2 cache, S3 cache. You can see that the in processor, the number of core you have taken, the 4, number of thread is the 8. So in L1 case, the size is 256 KB, L2 is the size is 1 MB, and L3 size is the 8 MB. Here also we are putting the set associative 16 set associative replacement technology technique. So here we have set a particular environment for testing purpose, for simulations purpose. We are using the Gem5. So next one, the result, the performance analysis of heat rate. Here too, we are taking the comparisons of the LRU. This is the traditional technique. We will measure the heat rate in LRU and measure the heat rate in our new algorithm WIRR. So here we have taken the 5 applications. Here we have set the applications will be from CPU 2006 and CPU 2017 benchmark. The applications are SWIM, ART, GCC, MCF, and Crafty and PAL benchmark. Here we can see that the heat rate of LRU, the SWIM application, the heat rate of LRU in L3 is 87.232, but heat rate of L3 in LWIRR technique, this is the 87.827. So here the efficiency will be 0.595. So overall, with varying L3 cache configurations with our proposed policy, LWIRR having an improvement of 1.487% in the PAL benchmark, 0.59% for the SWIM, 0.114% for ART, 0.09% for MCF against LRU in L3 cases. The next one is the execution time analysis. So here we have measured the execution time. So we know that if the less execution time will be better efficient. So here also we have taken a comparison of 2 particular algorithm. First one is the traditional algorithm, the LRU, execution time find out in the LRU, and execution time find out the LWIRR. This is a new algorithm. Here we have taken the same applications of CPU 2017 and CPU 2006, the SWIM, ART, GCC, MCF, Crafty, and PAL benchmarks. Here we can see the SWIM application, the execution time in LRU technique 0.293, but in LWIRR, the execution time is the 0.285. This is the less as compared to the LRU technique. So here we have calculated all the applications speed of SWIM, ART, GCC, MCF. So overall, we will get the efficient result as compared to the LRU technique for execution time analysis. So last is the conclusion. So we have focused on the last level shared L3 case of a multi-core processor and used an adaptive replacement strategy and outperforms LRU in a hit rate and execution time with varying overload and excess pattern. These simulations results validate that the proposed replacement policy shows better performance through different parameters like hit rate, execution time with different benchmark. Further, we will focus to be compared with other advanced replacement algorithms so that it can be accepted globally with more significance to make better utilizations of shared L3 case size by different core in multi-core heterogeneous processors. So these are the references. We have taken some concept to use that particular implementations. These are the references. So, okay, so thank you all of you.
There are questions from the audience.
Hello, just nice. Thank you for your nice talk. Just one question. All this work, are you thinking to sell this, or are you working with Intel or EMD companies? What is the reason of
Okay, yes, sir. The AMD and the Intel company now they are using the LRU technique. So here we have maintained the LRU technique in L1 and L2 case, but here we have changes a little bit in the last level cache only. The last level cache only we have maintained the another parameter. This is a frequency parameter and the recency inter reference recency parameters. In the AMD and Intel, they are using the only the LRU technique. So in that case, we have used some applications in the benchmark of CPU 2006 and TPU. We have set an environment. Here you are getting the efficient result as compared to LRU. So here we have a using the another parameter. This is the frequency parameter and the interference reference parameters.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks for your presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
I would like to mention that Sundeta Montes should present the talk called personalized recommender system, but right now there are problems, so she's presented, but will not be present the talk. So I think this is the end. So thank you very much. Thank you very much for your assistance.
Okay, we will return in the afternoon. There is a lunch time, so keep in touch. Thank you very much.
But I would